All right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're having a wonderful morning. It is July 15th, 2025, and we have the CPI coming out in about 5 minutes. So this is the big event of the month. I know that may sound weird, and we've had a lot of other stuff to deal with, but volatility-wise, this is the biggest event until the Fed. So we're going to get it here in a little bit, just like the last 3 or 4 times. People are expecting it to come in a little bit hotter. So if it does come in hotter, you're going to have some caution added to the narrative that you've been dealing with. Otherwise, if it comes in lower, it is going to further solidify what got us here, brushing off every other tariff headline. So we'll see where it all leads us. You also had the bank earnings, and then you had an update with NVIDIA. They were talking about a new chip. We actually got that news right live last night as we were doing the watch list. So you guys see, still it's up like $10 now from that. So either way, it should be a good one. We got about 3 minutes. If you're not aware, it's about 0.3 is what is expected on headline and core. There's a little bit of a range. I think core might even come in at 0.2 is what they were expecting, but long story short, people expect it to come up. Again, 0.3 month over month is still on the higher end, and it's kind of what's happened every single time. If you don't recall, these last couple of CPIs, we've done the same thing. We've gotten here early. We get a little excited. We're like, oh my gosh, it could change the narrative. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, it's gonna come in hot. And then it doesn't come in hot. And then the next 30 minutes are awkward as we get back to reacting to the slow market. So get ready for that, but you only have 2.5 minutes. So let me see if I have any comments. Soft CPI may not unlock July cut as tariffs. So again, risk rate cuts. People are going to talk about that. Trump's economic advisor has it pushed back on the Fed's inflation concerns, saying tariff-driven price pressures haven't materialized yet. According to Hammock, Fed not ready to cut. Cleveland Fed made it clear we are not there yet on inflation and no cut is likely. Recent House hearing, Powell said June and June CPI are key to spotting tariff-driven inflation. Most analysts see cooler CPI than the street, but the risk is tilted to the upside. That's interesting. So some of the Wall Street guys have already shifted. They're getting bullish on it. So that's interesting. Because like I told you guys yesterday, all of the estimates are higher, and that just keeps happening. Everybody's like, oh my gosh, it's going to come in hot. And then it's not. And then we had the Adobe stuff too that we went over. So this is going to be interesting. Biggest component of CPI is finally stabilized. Holding that line will be key to keeping inflation in check. On service side, airfare and restaurant prices may reflect tighter household budgets. Yeah, so again, June, that's the thing. This is for June. I know we are halfway done with July, and this is what I was talking about. That's what's going to make it a little bit weird, is because you are dealing with the war stuff from last month, Iran, and remember, we had oil going up. So add that plus the whole tariff thing, and then we are, what, 2 months away from May? That was when we were supposed to get the first tariff-driven inflation. So we'll see, but we got 45 seconds, Chattadonia. Lock and loaded. After it comes out, we'll see the reaction, and then we will set up for the rest of the morning. Good morning. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. I'm in a call. Alrighty. All right, 20 seconds. You have the wire up, right? Yeah. So again, 0.3 is expected. I think it's like 2.8 on core. So, and it hasn't dropped. If we get lower than 2.8, I think people will be really excited. And then again, headline, last one was 2.4, expectation 2.6 to 2.7. Boop! We're off. Oh, where is it? There it is. Wait, Canada? Fuck, why do we care about Canada? 0.3. All right, 2.7 on the headline. Core came in at 0.2. So a little bit hotter, but at 2.7, but no way. No. Let me check the core inflation rate year over year. No, so core inflation finally ticked up. So that's like the not good part, but I mean, literally, you mean to tell me this is your tariff rise in inflation to give you an idea. So finally, over the last 3 months, it did go up. It came in lower than expected, but now core is at 2.9 finally, and it was stuck at 2.8 since March. So yeah, maybe there you go. That's what Powell was worried about. Maybe we'll give it another month. So I think it's a good report. Even though it's a little hotter there, everyone's going to debate that for a little bit. So be careful. I wouldn't really bank on this move. I'm not really caring too much about the market. But in general, though, I don't think that was surprising. Yeah, core inflation rate month over month came in at 0.1 or 0.2 versus 0.2. Inflation rate month over month came in at 0.3, I think. Yeah, so that was a little hotter than normal headline, but overall, it's not too bad. So this is where people are going to get bearish. Right here. So if you look at the month over month headline, you don't want to see that. That 0.3 is pretty high. Usually when you get to 0.3, it starts to go crazy. You've played this game, but the next print now, oh my gosh, I sound like them! Ah! Because then they're going to be like the next print, and if the next print goes higher, we're done, and Donald Trump is going to ruin you, and now you're terrified. Quick, buy a car right now, 18% financing, buy it, buy a scan, buy it. So I'm like, ah! But yeah, so the headline and that trend I don't think is good, but I like core inflation year over year is not scary at all. But yeah, some of the trends there, a little bit of evidence. I'll give it to them if you wanted to, but it plays the game, the next one. We could go back further in time, but I mean, this has kind of been that's why I just made that joke, because I'm like, damn, I sound like them. Because we've been talking about this all year, I can't make any, bro, like, let me just tell you this. If a girl ever treated you like the economists do in relation to this data, I would not talk to her ever. You should respect yourself, King, okay? If I talked to a girl for 7 months, and every time I was like, hey, you trying to go out on a date? And she's like, next month. I'm like, all right, word. Okay, February comes around. I'm like, hey, girl, you trying to go out? It's February. You said next month, we got a little Trump court going on. We got, the little things. He said next month. What do you mean next month? She's like, next month is going to hit. We date next month. I'm like, all right, word. And then I go and see her on March. I'm like, hey, girl, you trying to go out? And she like, next month in April. It's going to happen in April. And I'm like, okay, it's going to happen in April. It's been 3 months. It's definitely happened in April. I'll be patient. And then I'll go and I'm like, hey, girl, it's May. Can we go out? And she like, next month it's going to happen. I'm like, well, you said already June, girl. It's already June. So, yeah, that's why I'm like, the whole the next one. If anybody did this to you, bro, outside of the stock market, you would not be down. Yeah, it's like the dude in Idiocracy. No! Dog, that's exactly what it's like. Oh, man, no, why did you say that? I'm sad now. I'm so sad. It's literally the scene in Idiocracy where he hands her the money and she's like, okay. Or the guy's like, yeah, what's up, girl? And she's like, just wait right here. I have to watch it now. Oh, but that's how I feel like with the data. So unfortunately, though, like I'm telling you, the only thing I get from that today is like when I do look at the month over month on headline, that looks a little scary. That might actually start to run a little bit. And that does make me think that next month might be a little bit more worrisome. But like I'm, joking about here, most of the whole next month narratives have been destroyed. Why? Because it's been 7 to 10 to even 12 months, depending on what your theory was. So headline at 2 point something, 2.4, what was it, 2.4, 2.9, and then core at 2.9. That's very low. Finally, you got a tick up in core. The month over month on core isn't scary, but the headline ticks up. What was I telling you about June? The oil issue and the war. So maybe that was the outlier. We'll find out. But all in all, I don't think today's data was bad. I think bank earnings were decent. You didn't get any bad news from there, and now you have this. So I think the part that sucks is now volatility is going to kind of go away even more. Because like I said, this was like a volatile event for the options and what was priced in. But now, not so much, Habibi. I can't believe it. That's so funny, bro. I think this is the scene. This is what I feel like in the market.
Rita had awakened to find that the world's oldest profession was a lot easier when the world is populated by morons.
Welcome to AOL Time Warner Taco Bell U.S. Government Long Distance. Please say the name of the person you wish to call.
Upgrade.
There are 9,726 listings for upgrade. Please deposit $2,000 to begin connection.
Man, what?
Yeah, baby.
Hey.
$2,000.
Look, can you wait a second, please?
Do you get it? When the first couple times you watched this movie, you didn't understand the $2,000 thing. Now you do. Think about it. You didn't know what inflation was. Nobody did. Bro, I'm telling you, I would talk about deflation more than I ever brought up the word inflation prior to 2020. I'm telling you, it's phenomenal. So even think about that joke where they're like AOL, AT&T, Carl's Jr., collect call. It'll be $2,000. Think about that joke that it's making. But yeah, look.
Yo, baby, I can wait so good.
This is Wall Street.
Connection.
Man, what?
This is everybody with the CPI and tariffs.
Can you wait a second, please?
Yeah, baby.
Oh, yeah,
I can wait so good.
I wait so good.
Really?
That's the BLS.
Think,
They're like, oh, yeah?
think maybe you could wait a day?
All right,
I can
there you
wait
go.
2
That's
days.
Bloomberg, the next release.
That's good. Because I charge by the hour.
Oh, yeah? Well, you gonna be glad you waited, baby.
Thank you very much,
Glad
young
you
man.
waited, baby.
What the fuck?
That was the new Donald Trump bill. All right. That's how I feel with this game with CPI. Just waiting. Oh, I'll wait so good. I'll wait another month for that tariff inflation. Don't worry. Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah. So good morning, Chad. You got your CPI. I'm sure people are going to talk about the next one that's coming up, but that wasn't too bad. And if you were looking for the tariff-linked inflation, maybe we'll wait. Maybe the next one. But for now, not too bad. And now we're going to go back to bank earnings. And then that is it, my friends. Ukrainian Prime Minister? I don't see that. That'd be crazy. Isn't that Zelensky? Or is he the president? But either way now, let me get you propaganda. I need to go stretch, get the news ready, all of that. We got like 30 more minutes, so I would usually be pooping right now. So bear with me, and good morning. And you guys are blessed, bro. I don't know. Maybe I might even just play church for you guys. Maybe just, you guys are blessed and your thoughts are important. So, usually I wait till middle of the day for a philo, but can I remind you that it's so early right now? You know that, right? It's like bright and early, bro. The day just started. Praise God. I can't believe we woke up, bro. Are you serious? That wasn't guaranteed. So, it's very early. It's super duper early right now. This is a moment to like actually seize all of your thoughts for the day. Do you understand? I was telling you guys this the other day. So I don't know. The blessing of CPI, I think I could talk to you right now in the moment. Is this bad early, bro? This is the day. This is where you're going to control your thoughts. You want to get on a good momentum. I don't know what you got today. Some of you may have problems in store, and that's okay. But I want you think good thoughts today, good thoughts right now. You start planning, bro. Oh, my goodness. This is a powerful moment. You know that? Every morning, bro, the day, even 8 o'clock Eastern, bro. I'm just saying, not all of you have started your day. So I hope you use this secret, quiet place in the morning to your advantage. Okay, so right, that's why I'm like, man, I gotta poop. I gotta do a lot of things. I love it though. I'm excited. So I'm gonna read a little bit. I already got the news. I got half of the news ready for you. I gotta wait till this stuff updates, but utilize it. And at bare minimum, you should be thinking very, very good thoughts right now. I want you expecting things for the rest. You have 7 hours you're gonna sit here. If you're not expecting something right now, then why are you here? Oh yeah, what up, baby? So good morning, and you are blessed, and I encourage you to command your thoughts early, and let's have a good day, baby. So in the meantime now, if you don't command your thoughts, I play Bloomberg, they're going to take over your thoughts.
The current state of affairs,
how that works?
as people take
You
stock
see,
of
if you don't
exactly
make
what
your
to do
thoughts
scenario
up in the
is.
morning,
We can have that
someone's
discussion
going to
right
do
now
it
with
for
David
you,
Kelly
brother.
of JP Morgan
All right?
Asset Management.
I'll be right
David,
back.
welcome to the program, sir. How much comfort can you take from this morning's inflation data?
And not a lot. And it's a very interesting report because you can see sort of the fading of issues that were causing inflation over the last few years. But you can also see the beginnings of the inflation problem related to tariffs. So if you look at owner's equivalent rent, auto insurance, those are the things that really held inflation up, and they're going away. And the other thing that really helped this report is we had a further decline in airline fares, a further decline in lodging prices. There's a lot of weakness in the tourism industry right now, and that's in this report. But when you look at core goods outside of new autos, we're seeing those goods prices go up, and that's where you're going to see this tariff inflation. And we have only seen the thin end of the wedge here. It takes a while for the tariffs to be implemented. It takes a while for the revenue to be collected. It takes a while for the inventory to make it to people's shelves. It takes a while for the retailers to say, look, I'm going to have to mark it up, but it is coming. So, I fully agree with the Fed's forecast that inflation is going to go up between now and the end of the year, and they've got to stay on their guard.
And yet, David, they also believe it starts to come back down again. In fact, for that reason, some officials, including Governor Waller, believes you can look through it. Do you think you can just look through it?
Not yet, because we also have a lot of fiscal sugar in the first half of next year. What's going to happen is that we had a lot of temporary tax breaks put in for 4 years, but they start at the start of this year. They're not going to adjust income tax withholding schedules quickly enough. That means a bumper season for refunds early next year. And we know from 2022 that you've got supply chain issues, and then you give consumers a lot of extra cash. What happens? You end up with inflation. I mean, eventually I think it'll fade. In the long run, I am not an inflation hawk in America. I think inflation will fade, but I think it's going to be sustained by some of the provisions of the OBBBA. Because of that, I think the Fed needs to hold off here. If we got clarity on tariffs, if we could say this is what the tariffs rates are and they will go no higher, then I think that makes it easier for the Fed. So, I think the administration really needs to think about, look, could we please, whatever the tariff policy is, let's make it and be done with it, because this uncertainty is the very thing that's making it impossible for the Federal Reserve to say that we're out of the woods or will be out of the woods on inflation.
David, is there a sort of a necessary weakness that we need to see in consumer spending and services at this point to make sure that inflation doesn't take off? In other words, that pain that Neil was talking about that you could start seeing in the data on the margins.
Well, that's a tough way to do it. I mean, the way you want to, if you're worried about a long-term inflation problem, it's only going to become because wage growth sort of compensates for price increases. Now, we still have a relatively weak labor force in terms of their ability to demand wage increases. I think, again, we have to think a little bit about how immigration is affecting labor supply. And again, there's huge question marks there. But so long as we don't see an acceleration in wage growth, the inflation will fade. It's not just a matter of consumer spending being weak. So long as wage growth is controlled, inflation will fade again. But I think it's way too early to say that inflation's coming down to 2%. We've still got to get past tariffs. We've got to get past the stimulative effects of this fiscal bill, and that's really what's causing the delay in any further Fed easing.
Neil Dutta of Renmax still with us. Neil, today's about prices, Thursday's about spending. Let's talk about retail sales. How do you expect some of our understanding of prices this morning to show up in spending and retail sales later this week?
Well, I mean, if goods prices are rising and the consensus expects nominal retail sales to rise 0.3, that basically tells you that real spending on goods is declining. That's not exactly an encouraging situation. So, the fact that price increases are showing up, and it's more or less matching what you see in the retail sales data, that basically tells you that the volume of goods sold is going down. Look, it comes back to P times Q. Whatever goes into price is going to come out of quantity because the nominal anchor hasn't really changed. Look, I think consumers are actually quite resistant to higher prices, with the exception of the University of Michigan data. If you look at, other estimates for inflation expectations, whether that's the New York Fed survey of consumer expectations, Atlanta Fed business inflation expectations, professional forecasters inflation expectations, it suggests that, people are resistant to higher prices, and they're acting as if you look at the areas where people have been cutting back their consumption, those are the areas where the prices have been going up the most. So it's not particularly surprising. And the labor markets remain still in a tricky spot. While the unemployment rate remains low, you still have, rising increase in, discouraged workers, people that are out of the workforce but want a job now. Companies are telling you, like the small businesses are saying that there's, poor sales are a bigger concern. So, I think that probably reinforces ongoing weakness in wage growth. And, that means that households don't really have the capacity to absorb higher prices. And
David,
that means that to cut back.
No, and it's a good point, Neil. And David, I guess that if you take what Neil is saying, the idea that you do see real price resistance by consumers, and if you do see this sort of compensating for the extra expense in goods by pulling back on services, what would the harm be for the Fed to cut rates by just 25 basis points or 50 basis points?
Well, any problems the economy is facing is not really about interest rates being too high. And I think we have to think carefully about long-term policies, about helping the labor force grow, about helping free enterprise and reduce regulation and reduce barriers to business. And I think we need to focus on that. I don't think the interest rates are too high right now. I think the Fed's the steward of the dollar and of our inflation outlook in the long run. And they've said they're committed to 2% inflation. I think they should stick to their guns. If the economy gets into trouble, it's not because they kept rates too high.
Neil, I just want to give you the final word, just on housing, which is something you've been following now for months and months and months and flagging the weakness here. Why is that so important to you, Neil?
Well, because it undercuts the argument that was just made, which is that that interest rates are fine, right? I mean, obviously, housing isn't weakening because of tariffs or anything else. Housing's weakening because rates are too high, and you're seeing, a rising pile of completed new unsold inventory. I mean, that hasn't been as high. That's been rising, over the last year or so, and that's starting to weigh on home prices, which we see. So, I think that the housing market does provide some evidence that interest rates are restraining economic activity.
Is that the Fed's fault, or is that the fault of Congress, Neil?
No, but the reason we're seeing that, the reason we've got trouble in the housing market is not because rates are too high now. It's because rates were way too low for way too long after the great financial crisis, causing prices to jack up to a level that cannot be supported at normal mortgage rates. There's nothing wrong with mortgage rates. The problem is home prices, which are too high because rates were too low for too long.
Well, mortgage rates are running 6.5% to 7%, and wage growth is rising just 3%. So I think the math is actually getting quite challenging for most people. That's why housing's not working.
Well, it's challenging, but only because home prices are the anomaly here. They're just too high because rates were too low for too long.
I'm sitting back now, gents. I thought you'd continue. Neil Dutta of Renmac, David Kelly at JP Morgan. To the two of you, appreciate it. Thank you. A robust debate there at the end. Just on mortgage rates, this is the issue. Is it the Fed's problem, or the fact that we just passed one big, beautiful bill, which a lot of people think will keep yields elevated, particularly at the long end?
Yeah, or is it the fault of, with respect to the housing market, is it the fault of not building enough and some of the generational wealth? Look, you can take two different people and obviously have three different approaches to the same issue, which is the reason why it's unclear exactly what the remedy to some of these issues is.
But what happened when the Fed cut last year? Didn't really affect mortgage rates. Mortgage rates are still climbing. Mortgage rates are still challenging. But to Neil's point, this is a huge problem. How do you get on the property ladder when you have a mortgage rate of 6%? In this report, though, housing costs, biggest factor, 0.2% rise in June, essentially a tame reading, according to our T-Live blog, compared to elevated figures we've seen in the past several years. So maybe the actual housing costs are coming down. But the issue, of course, mortgages.
So guess what? We had the data 20 minutes ago, and we've settled absolutely nothing. It is the fifth consecutive read of softer than expected core CPI. The details just encouraging some of the thinking around tariffs starting to come into higher prices. You just don't see it at the headline level right now, and Neil Dutta broke down as to why.
This is the reason why people just buy NVIDIA, because ultimately, if you can't parse through this and you can't decide on anything, well, you can decide on one kind of secular story, and that's what people are doing.
Futures this morning positive by a third of 1%. The gains continue. NVIDIA, AMD. Let's get you an update on a story elsewhere this morning with your Bloomberg brief. Here's Yahira Arnold. Hey, Yahira.
Hi, John. Recapping the latest economic data, underlying U.S. inflation in June rose by less than expected for a fifth straight month, as you mentioned. Core CPI rose 0.2% from May, lower than estimates calling for a 0.3% increase. The print was dragged down by car prices. Meanwhile, Fed Chair Jay Powell has asked the central bank's inspector general to review the $2.5 billion renovation of its Washington headquarters. Some Republicans and Trump appointees have criticized Powell for cost overruns around the project. It's a new line of attack as the president continues to criticize Powell for not cutting interest rates further. And this morning's CPI print could bolster his case. Meanwhile, Starbucks will require its corporate employees to work 4 days a week in office starting in late September. The coffee giant currently requires employees in person 3 days a week. CEO Brian Nickel, who initially wasn't required to relocate when he was hired last year, now has a residence and office in Seattle, according to the company. That's your Bloomberg Brief. John?
Yahara, thank you. Thanks for this morning. Every time I've seen these stories, I say the same thing. They're still doing that.
I know.
They're still doing that.
Yes, and have they gone with this kind of protocol before? It didn't work?
Well, the CEO, I guess, had to move, right, to really bring down the hammer.
And apparently he's got an office now, and he's ready to go. Okay, good news. Up next on the programme, setting you up for the day ahead, plus Danny Berger with your morning movers on the latest on the big banks. JP Morgan down in the pre-market by 0.5%.
Buy NVIDIA. The only thing to buy because we missed the other 50%. That's the weird part. I've heard a lot of people. And then again, you guys realize every time I tweet a Draco the Ruler tweet, I'm not talking about you. Like, I don't know if you guys have noticed that, but, you know, so I'm not talking about NVIDIA. I tweeted at Draco, get with the program for the program, get with you. And they're like, yeah, we should buy NVIDIA. I'm like, that's not what I meant. That's a Drake. And then the other one, he's like, said he worried about always trying to compete with me. They're like, are you subtweeting? I'm like, it's literally, this is my gym playlist. It's between 1 and 3 p.m. Every single tweet is going to be my gym play. What's wrong with you? Have you not, y'all have asked me about every person I like or don't like. And I have told you explicitly who I fuck with and who I don't. So why would I need to subtweet anybody? I'll tell you. Bro, I was even telling you about that one. I saw a head. You know, the kid got a heart attack? No, don't even start it. I'm not even. Anyways, but I'll wait till the next one comes on. I'm still wrapping up some of the news. We're going to begin here in about 8 minutes, my friends. So hope you're doing good, bro. And I don't know. You want me to read it to you? I'll read you what I just read. Why not? You know, I was reading the whole verse of the day. But where, you know, this is the part that stuck out to me in the morning. This one's not going to make it to Philo, though. You see, this is just, I have some stuff, but where was it? Yeah. They asked her, woman, why are you crying? They have taken my Lord away, she said, and I don't know where they have put him. At this, she turned away and saw Jesus standing there, but she did not realize that it was Jesus. He asked her, woman, why are you crying? Who is it you are looking for? Thinking he was the gardener, she said, sir, if you have carried him away, tell me where you have put him and I will get him. Jesus said to her, Mary. She turned towards him and cried, Rabbi. Yeah, that part right there. See, you don't recognize him. He knows your name, dog. Oh, you stop it. He'll call you by your name. Praise the Lord. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my God. What's a subtweet? A subtweet? This was big back in the day. Like, I remember, I've realized this, though. After I, like, tweet these song lyrics, I'm like, I'm a boomer. I used to do this in, like, 2013. We would tweet, like, song lyrics, and then people would get mad if they thought that you were talking about them. So a subtweet, people think you're tweeting about someone, but you're not. Or you are, but you're not, like, tagging them. That's why people are, like, just at me if you wanna say something, you know? So that's the whole point. But I do tweet a lot of lyrics during my gym hours because I'm hyped, bro. You don't get you guys don't work out and then there's like one bar in a song and you're like, ah! You guys, I'm sure with Uncle you have to. I always do that, bro. I don't know. I am feeling it in the gym, you guys. You have no idea. It's a beautiful time. It's a beautiful, beautiful time. That's why you left Twitter after high school. I remember back in the days, like I pissed off a girl once because she thought I was talking about her. I was like, it's a lyric. But it was sad. It was sad. I know, it always. So be careful what you tweet, I guess. I don't know. I don't really care. We got freedom of speech until we don't. I'm going to use it while I can. All right, Bessim. All right, let's get this up here and then 5 more minutes and get ready, brother. Get ready. Woo!
Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent earlier on Bloomberg Surveillance. I think we made some progress this morning, some additional clarity on the race to replace Fed Chair Jay Powell.
He said the process is underway. He said he is part of that process, but putting a little bit more distance between part of that process as a potential candidate or individual that is interviewing these candidates and guiding the president. He also talked about the fact that it was very clear to me that this administration definitely does not want Jay Powell to stay on as a governorship. And I think it was pretty clear indication that potentially that's not going to be happening.
He said his or her. You pointed that out in terms of who the next Fed chair could be. All right, Mickey Bowman, is it now going to be?
Hey, who knows?
You know, Kevin, Scott.
Bro.
You know.
That tinfoil yesterday?
Thank you. You're much better at that than I am.
Never mind.
Okay.
Dude, your guys' minds are blown.
I
got emails.
36 minutes away from
somebody. I should have gave you a bigger disclaimer. You know that?
Positive, no one wants that. We're up by 0.4% on the S&P.
Right,
I love this job. On the Nasdaq 100, we're half.
Get one more prayer, but dude, yeah, go watch yesterday's watch list. But like, yeah, man, be careful, okay? That's why I said, I think I started my disclaimer with don't be afraid. I always believe in Jesus, you know, but oh yeah, that was a cool tinfoil. If you didn't watch yesterday's watch list, I think up till half of it, it's tinfoil. The second half is definitely tin, and it requires a lot of assumption. But the first part about the hidden assets and the recaptured assets, like I'm saying, that's factually objective to a certain degree. You know, you can't identify secret assets if they're really secret. That's kind of an oxymoron. But at the end of the day, you know, the $7 trillion in the assets owned by the Treasury, we could identify it. So pretty crazy. But other than that, get ready.
It's
we are
tomorrow,
about to
more
begin.
bank earnings from Bank of America, Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley, plus PPI, Thursday, retail sales, another round of jobless claims, and then finally, a useless piece of information, according to some of you, not me, according to some of you, the UMich Consumer Sentiment Survey before the weekend.
To me, the big takeaway from today is strength. That's what we're seeing from the banks. We're seeing consumer credit hold in, and that's what we're seeing in terms of inflation not coming in particularly hot.
Not coming in particularly hot on the headline. That's something this administration, I'm sure the president is waiting his 4 minutes to send out the Truth Social. This is another yet good inflation report, but under the surface, you're seeing a little bit of tariff impact.
Some resilience in the United States of America. Coming up tomorrow, our lineup looks like this. George Goncalves of MUFG, Cara Murphy of Kestra, Phil Camporelli of JP Morgan, and Senator Bill Hagerty of Tennessee. From New York, this is Bloomberg.
Oh man, it went off. I got one more stretch to do, yeah. So let me do a stretch and then we'll be good. Of course they will. You don't realize it took 3 months and now we even got them saying they hate the Michigan consumer sentiment on live TV. Give me 3 months, dog. I'm saying we could have done it quicker if they weren't so fucking propagandized already. You know, because it's the truth. Whoa, let's sell trillions of dollars on 220 people who don't even fucking pay for gas. They have no idea. I promise you. You know why? Because I'm pretty rich and I'm like, yo, $5 gas, fuck this. Oh, yeah. Oh. I'm just stretching still, so I don't know if you guys hear me fully or what it sounds like over there, but yeah, either way. Woo. Oh, yeah. Okay, a couple more, Chad. Then it's game time. Oh, yeah. Oh, you heard? Good, good. I was just saying, bro. Oh, Dago! Remember, 10% small good decisions. Hey, that's how we're starting. I'm already feeling the vibe, baby. Let's go. Where's my horn? I need a new horn. We need horn. Sub. Oh, Horna. Let's go, baby. Good morning, Dago. Good morning, Chaz. So on that note, I think that's a good way to say hello. How y'all doing, baby? What's up? How y'all living? Fear. I'll face everything and recover. What up, Cart? What up, Dos? What up, Liquid Skittle? Good morning, Mr. Fahar. Fucking 9mm Fahar. Are you kidding me? Alex, El Coyote, Lizzie, Stock. What up, baby? What up, Mikel? How you doing, Ion? Zulraj, PNC, Last One. All good day start. Alex, Enzo, Battleborn, Bruno, White Shits, Mark. Oh, Mayhem. Good morning, baby. What up, Anthony? What up, JG? Oh, there's the Chad. What, Lucky Soldier? Good morning. Let off some steam. Jordan, A100, Mayhem, Angel, Kane, Rick Rodness. Good morning, baby. What up, Tyree? What up, Christian, Daniel, Andrea? Oh, my goodness. How you doing, Trav? Good morning, Nick. Good morning, Brett. How you doing, Kona? Oh, my goodness. Carson with a K. Nidri, Devin. Oh, my Farmer Jamma. Let's go, baby. Oh, we got 2 JGs. Look at that. Cover me. I'm reloading. UAV online. News is getting ready. All right, Chaz. So I hope you're doing good, baby. I hope you're feeling good. Let's have a good day. Let's make the most of it. It's already good. Again, I gave you the warning. I said make it a good day. You get to decide. So here's Josh AI with the news. Good morning. Top overnight news, trade tariffs, EUI 72 billion euros in U.S. goods for trade countermeasures, including aircraft and bourbon, Politico, FT. EU ministers seek tariff resolution to avoid transatlantic trade war with U.S., Reuters, Bloomberg, Politico. Trump uses unpredictable trade tactics, risks undermining U.S. positions and creating business uncertainty. Link. U.S. slaps 17% duty on Mexican tomatoes after trade talks fail, aiming to boost domestic production. Bloomberg. U.S. investigates drone, chip, and solar panel imports, seeking to safeguard critical materials. FT Bloomberg. Japanese PM to meet U.S. Treasury Secretary. EU leaders to forge trade alliance amid U.S. tariff risks. Reuters. U.S. absence, Trump tariffs, BRICS tensions loom over G20 finance meeting in Durban. Reuters. Trump tariffs drive Indonesia, Thailand to pursue trade deals with EU. Nikkei. Trump's tariff deadline looms as Japan's auto investment pitch fails to sway U.S. Nikkei. Reuters. Brazilians see Trump's tariff threat as unjustified meddling, support Lula's response. Bloomberg. U.S. firm MP Materials aims to break China's rare earth dominance, fueled by Pentagon investment. Link. Reuters. China's e-commerce giants compete in race for faster instant delivery dominance. FT. Central banks. Powell seeks review of Fed renovation costs amid Trump administration criticism, defends project scope. Reuters. Trump's push for a 1% Fed rate could backfire, reignite inflation, and undermine independence. Reuters. Trump's tariff threat complicates ECB outlook, rate cut, pause expected, but September delay likely. Reuters. BOJ may raise inflation forecasts after food inflation exceeds expectations. Bloomberg. BOE proposes delaying trading capital rules, easing liquidity for smaller lenders. Bloomberg. RBA eyes slashing card surcharges, saving consumers billions, boosting competition and transparency. Bloomberg. Taiwan's central bank warns foreign investors against violating capital controls, faces potential penalties. FT. Economy. U.S. inflation data spurred by Trump tariffs may test Fed's resolve this summer. Reuters. Trump's tariffs and market highs a dangerous disconnect. Axios. Trump-era tax law shifts burden, favoring how you earn money, where you live, and who you are. Bloomberg. China's growth beats forecasts, but slowdown looms amid trade risks and weak demand. Link. Bloomberg. Reuters. China home prices drop faster in July, calls for support grow louder. Bloomberg. Xi Jinping urges new property development model in China, investors react cautiously. Bloomberg. German investor morale jumps unexpectedly in July. ZU economic sentiment index rises. Reuters. Bloomberg. Eurozone industrial production surges 1.7% in May amid pharmaceutical boom. Link. UK retail sales jump in June, signaling potential economic rebound. Bloomberg. UK budget gap widens. Markets await Reeves's plan for economic growth injection. CNBC. Bloomberg. France plans deep spending cuts. Tax hikes for 2026 amid political opposition. Bloomberg. Australian consumer sentiment rises in July despite RBA rate hike. Finances improve. Bloomberg. Corporate NVIDIA to sell H20 AI chip in China after U.S. assurances. Link. Reuters. New York Times. Bloomberg. FT. Apple to announce $500 million commitment to MP Materials, the only rare earth mine currently operating in U.S. Fox Business. Trump to announce $70 billion AI energy investments. Reuters. Meta invests billions in AI data centers, pursuing superintelligence to boost ad business. Reuters. Oracle to invest $3 billion in AI, cloud expansion in Germany. Netherlands. Yahoo Finance. Tesla launches Model Y in India, a pricey bet on a small EV market. Reuters. CoreWeave deal jams up $1 billion of core scientific bonds. Future hinges on AI infrastructure. Bloomberg. U.S. AI startups see funding surge despite VC fundraising struggles. Report reveals. Reuters. Starbucks mandates 4-day in-office work week for corporate employees. Plan revealed. FT. CNBC. Boeing delivers 3 aircraft to China, signaling possible easing of U.S.-China trade tensions. Bloomberg. India. South Korea order Boeing fuel switch checks after Air India crash. Global airlines follow. Reuters. Accenture and WPP in talks regarding a potential merger or acquisition deal with high-level contacts confirmed. Campaign. ConocoPhillips eyes further Alaskan Arctic oil drilling amid environmental concerns. Bloomberg. Rio Tinto chooses Simon Arad as new boss, maintaining status quo leadership. FT. LVMH's Loro Piana faces court administration amid worker exploitation allegations. FT. Global EV sales surge, but U.S. lags due to policy changes, says report. Reuters. Ericsson profit beats expectations. U.S. sales offset India slowdown. Tariffs impact margins. Reuters. Lockheed delivers 72 backlogged F-35 jets after software upgrades, ending U.S. government payment delays. Bloomberg. Markets. Japan's 10-year yield surges to a high not seen since the 2008 financial crisis. Link. FT. Reuters. Bloomberg. BOFA survey shows funds pile into risky assets, betting against recession and forecasting stock strength. Bloomberg. Reuters. Weaker U.S. dollar threatens European earnings. Currency shifts become key focus this reporting season. Bloomberg. High-yield bond trading volume surges to record levels amid volatility. Electronic trading boom. Bloomberg. U.S. dollar weakens, hitting multinational earnings, but travel remains strong. Link. China's foreign currency deposits surge amid economic concerns. UN depreciation fears. Bloomberg. Geopolitics. Trump urged Ukraine to strike Moscow. Asked Zelensky about hitting Russia. Sources say. FT. Trump ties Ukraine aid to America first. Privately doubts Ukraine war success. Politico. U.S. threatens Russia with severe tariffs, sanctions over Ukraine war, escalating tensions. BBC. FT. New York Times. Taiwan prepares civilians for potential Chinese invasion, bringing military drills home. FT. Senate Dems accuse Trump administration of ceding global leadership to China. White House dismisses claims. Bloomberg. Reuters. Russia's Foreign Minister Lavrov meets China Xi Jinping, conveys Putin's greetings amid SCO meeting in China. Reuters. EU weighs Israel sanctions amid growing concerns about Gaza aid deal. FT. Washington. Trump administration reduces planned federal worker layoffs after buyouts, retirements. Reuters. Supreme Court allows Trump administration to proceed with Education Department dismantling. Reuters. U.S. school funds delayed, affecting programs as Congress demands spending transparency. Reuters. New York Times. Court orders Trump administration to disclose Doge info, rebuffs objections from Justice Department. Bloomberg. U.S. HHS lays off employees after Supreme Court order. Restructuring proceeds. More job losses loom. Bloomberg. MAGA revolt over Epstein files threatens Trump's support among right-wing U.S. lawmakers. Axios FT. FT. There's more. S&P futures, they're up by 0.4 Tuesday morning, trading near the best pre-market levels. Comes after U.S. equities finished higher on a quiet Monday that saw momentum growth. Retail favorites, A&D, multis, banks, payment, software, and biotech outperform. Treasuries firmer with the curve flattening. Long end yields down by 3 basis points. Dollar is little change. Gold flat. Bitcoin down by 2.4. And WTI is down by 0.1. NVIDIA providing a broader market tailwind on news that it could resume selling H20 AI chips in China. Comes on the heels of a stock recently hitting $4 trillion market cap. Also fits with the seeming detente in U.S.-China trade tensions and continued faith in broader taco narrative that has kept the path of least resistance to the upside. Additional support for AI theme from the latest infrastructure announcement with Meta. Bank earnings also in focus with EPS beats coming against NII misses. Mixed guidance takeaways and elevated expectations. June CPI in line on the headline read, but a little bit cooler than core. Previews have seen some talks of a continued delay of tariff impact. Overseas focus has been on China. Q2 data came in a bit better, while June activity data mixed with softer retail sales and firmer IP. Headline June CPI was up by 0.3 month over month, in line with consensus, up by 2.7 year over year. However, core CPI up by 0.2 month over month, cooler than the 0.3 consensus. Release noted that new used vehicles and air fryer is lower than last month. Shelter is up by 0.2, but slower than May. Elsewhere, July Empire State Manufacturing Survey printed a 5.5 versus consensus of a decline of 11.5. New orders flip positive as well. Big day for Fed speak. Bowman, Barr, Birkin, Collins on tap, followed by Logan after the close. PPI industrial production and Beige Book on Wednesday. Retail sales, another high-profile data point on Thursday. And initial claims import price in Philly, Fed, and home builder sentiment on Thursday. And then consumer Michigan consumer sentiment preliminary caps off the week on Friday. Big bank earnings start to roll in. JP Morgan beat with some focus on better than feared IB results. Diamond said activity gained momentum as sentiment improved. Wells Fargo fee income better, but NII missed and guidance trimmed. Citi also helped by IB and market revenue. BOK net inflows below street. BK free income beat. STT beat by higher expenses in focus. Biggest story outside of earnings was NVIDIA resuming sales of H20 AI chips to China following Trump admin assurances. AMD also preparing to resume MI 308 exports. Apple investing $500 million to help secure domestically produced rare earths. ACN and WPP have discussed merging MAR, announced planned retirement of CFO TTD to replace ANSYS in the S&P 500. SNWA announced $1 billion buyback. LAD raised EPS guidance. LZB guided fiscal sales and margins to low end of the prior range. Plans to acquire 15 Lazy Boy furniture galleries. Stores in the Southeast, RRGB lowered Q2 comp guides, but expects EBITDA to exceed prior outlook. Val Chadadonia. That's it. That is all of your headlines. Let's get into some of the pre-market movers. Are these it? I think so. What the hell? Not used to. I want them to look the same. I think that's the same. Okay, that was tripping me out. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I'm in a cult. Oh yeah, so TTD, that was the one I just read you. They're getting added to the S&P. To join S&P, CoreWeave is up by 6.8 to commit $6 billion to equip new data center in Pennsylvania. AMD up 4.8, resuming shipments of MI 308 chips to China. NVIDIA up 4 on the news. FSLR 3.1, BEP up by 3.1, Hydro framework agreement with Google. ETN 2.7 announces collaborating with NVIDIA. Solventum up 2.6, Morgan Stanley upgrade. NTNX 2.4, Goldman initiates buy. APG up 2.3, JP Morgan upgrade. BAM up 1.7, Hydro framework agreement with Google. Uber up 1.3, partnership with Baidu. VG is up by 1, Deutsche Bank downgrade. Citi is up by 0.6 off earnings. MP up 9.9, Apple to invest $500 in MP materials for business. JAMF up 6.3, CETOS up 5.0, Stifle upgrade. Proc up 4.0, open market sales agreement, 200 million common stock. NFG up 3, Sezzle up 3, Light up 3, TMC up 2.5. Core Civic up 2-3. BTU 2-1. UBS initiates neutral. GitLab up 1-8. Rosenblatt initiates buy. GRO is up by 48. Signs MOU. 200 million power line construction and 20 million investment with Fightcore Energia. SCR is up by 16. ANGO 9-1 off of earnings. PSQH is up by 4. Stim up by 3-6. Steven Fasantel appointed as CFO. Chinese ADRs trading higher on Nvidia news. Trading lower, Son is down 18. Wells Fargo down 3-1 off earnings. STT 2-9 off earnings. Black down 2-5 off earnings. Eric down 2-0 off earnings. APP down 1-8 in reaction to TTD being added to the S&P. JP Morgan down 1-8 off earnings. Love down 1-0. Evercore downgrade. ACI down 1 off earnings. BK down 0.8 off earnings. MDXG down 7-4. CMS proposes physician fee schedule and other changes and CY 2026 rule. NXTT down 3-3. FBK down 3 off earnings. SEDG down 1-7. JP Morgan downgrade. Oklo down 1-6. Cantor Fitzgerald initiates overweight. True down 31. OFAL down 21. Enters MOU with Bitwise for $100 million equity facility. INKT, I think that was the testicular drug. They're down at market. Common stock sale 50 million. ORGO down 14. CMS physician fee schedule. SLP down 9-8. Earnings full year guide 1 million investment in Nucor. Iova down 5-5. Goldman downgrade. And then Bitcoin related stocks trading lower. I know TTD, I think that was that could have been one. You know, we talked about this at $40. Oh man, that thing is doubled now. Well, shout out the long term. But Chattadonia, that is it. I'm going to be watching banks today. JP Morgan, Citi, MS, BK, BLK, and then Nvidia, AMD. Watch SRFM. That's Surf Air Mobility. It's a penny stock. Be careful, but I don't know if that's is that the same Surf Air? It's already tripled, but again, there's a deal with OpenAI and Google, so watch out for that. Gonna keep an eye on TTD again, MP and Alcoa. All of the materials, they've been getting a lot of investments. Again, the Pentagon investing into MP, and now you have Apple. Like, come on. You know, so we'll see where all of that plays. I'm gonna keep an eye on XLV Staples to see if we could get a leader or not, but other than that, my friends, that's it. But is SRFM the same Surf Air Mobility, or are we getting scammed? Because there's a name in AI, Surf Air or Surf Mobility, and they're well known, well regarded. OpenAI, Google, they're kind of a maker right now. That's why I'm like, oh, if that's the same company, that could be good. But if it's just like a misrepresentation, and they're like, that's what happens on the stock market sometimes, like what's that one stock? It has like one ticker off from Nvidia and people still buy it. So yeah, we'll see. But other than that, Chad, we got a lot of time. We have 13 minutes. We're going to do the pledge here in about 6 or 7 minutes. But since you are here, if you have any questions, now is the moment to go ahead and ask them. And then we could cover all of that, off topic, on topic, it don't matter. And then, yeah. I do need to go to the bathroom, so I might knock that out of the way. All right. Surf Air and Veiled Flag. Is the same one, though? Is it SRFM? Because if that was it, that would make sense. That could be an interesting one. It sucks it's already tripled, but again, they've been making headlines in AI. Archer and Joby, I mean, I think there's a lot of government money kind of pumping, some of these technologies, and people are willing to throw stuff there, but I would not really invest in those. Doesn't mean they won't move, and sometimes the stuff I don't like really goes crazy. You could ask the Chad, but I never used a flying car, so I don't think I'll be buying them. But I have seen the movements, and like I'm saying, ever since Trump, and if you read the bill, there's billions of dollars that's going towards a lot of like weird tech and even studying it. So, I think there's going to be money in that space, but I'm more speculative. I think you could trade it, have fun with it if you really wanted to, but I don't think that's one of those 10 years minimum type plays. And if it did, down the line, I would rather pay a premium for the first ever flying car that is legit. But even then, man, like TTD, that would have been good at the low, but I have a couple names I'm looking at in the long term, and they're not really down. So I have a couple ideas and a couple things I want, but remember, we don't always have to buy the value. I think there's going to be some compelling names, and that's what I'm saying. Once there's flying cars and maybe a little more expensive, but if it's like real confirmed, I'm down. Yeah, I just drove a Waymo, bro. I was not a fan, but then after doing it, I believe. So like I'm saying though, when it comes to flying cars, I'm not ruling it out, but in the meantime, until it becomes something a part of our life, that's it. Just like Uber, we invested in Uber 5-7 years after it became massively popular, and we still made 500%. You know what I'm saying? So if we do end up getting flying cars, I think you're gonna have a window where you wait for the confirmation, and it will be glorious. Yeah, they've been awarded. That's why I'm saying there's a lot of money in the bill to study and this and that, but I don't know if it's going to be fruitful. I don't know if it's going to be a long-term thing. Like I'm saying, trade it, have fun, get involved. Maybe don't have fun, don't have too much fun. But, I'm not like, I think you should be buying Pepsi for the long term instead. This is the problem where a lot of people make a mistake with the long term, because some of these names aren't like bad, and I see where you guys are, you could be attracted to it, but you just got to understand they're separate. Quality names are going to hold for 10 years minimum. It's different than any of these types of names. We got to focus on the quality. And a lot of people make this mistake. They'll start off with quality, and then I call it Warren Buffett. They try to be Warren Buffett and find the next big thing, and then before you know it, your portfolio started good, but now you're just, you have 5-7 names that, you're playing on this potential, and now you're picking up you're literally drafting people who have not played in the league. So, when you're going to start drafting, get a good star in there, good track record, and build around it. And then once you have that, then you could flirt with the other stuff, and you'll be good. Yeah, Warren Buffett. Everybody tries to, the plan is simple, bro. It's easy. That's why I give you guys a straight, simple plan, and that's why it's very tempting to be like, I'll do this, and then ignore the rest, because it's really that simple. It doesn't really require much, but it does require the patience and going with quality and being content enough to settle with adequate. And shout out Benjamin Graham, because that's really what it is. And that way, and then it's stuff like I'm saying, one of the best tricks for investing is the stuff you have already seen get very successful right in front of your eyes. That's why, like I'm saying, Uber, we were 5 to 7 years after Uber. Literally, you guys all knew about Uber. You all had it on your phone, and we bought it at $20, so you'll know the good things that are there. But in the meantime, don't waste your money making 10-year decisions, tying it to products and companies that you're not really using or that you don't know about. Like I'm saying, you could trade them and come back to them later, but you do have to have a clear separation when it's all said and done. So that being said, ladies and gentlemen, God bless all of you, bro, okay? And God bless the chat, and I'm glad I got to talk to you guys early. And I'm being serious. Make your day amazing, okay? Make your decision now. Form your thoughts now. I want you to expect good things, baby. And a lot of it, man, is a blessing to be here. And I'm very, very hyped to be here. And every single day, man, there is something that really is true to my heart that it makes me excited. It kind of makes me sad at times, too, because it is a shame how easy it is to take this for granted. The freedom we have in this country, the fact that people, you think we all agree with politicians? No, man. And there's people in this country who, despite disagreement, despite everything, they still manned up, stepped up, womaned up, you name it, and they served for this nation and literally gave up everything. So here at the Cult, baby, before we do anything, chase the dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we got to pay homage and honor those that came before us, because we wouldn't have this opportunity if we didn't live in such a great country and with such great people that were willing to give up so much. So veterans, active service, past service, anybody who has served this country, for real, thank you for everything you have given. God bless every single one of you. I hope you know we love you. And if anybody should be taking advantage of the long-term property, you need any advice, tips, you name it, bro, we are here for you. We are in your debt. So God bless every single one of you. And if you haven't served, I hope you show this. I hope you bring this to real life. I'm telling you, I mean this. I'm no mincing of words here, bro. Society fails if you cannot honor your soldiers. Do you not realize that? Do you not? What are you saying? You can't honor somebody who has given up everything for you. And think about it. Think of you guys turn on the Instagram and you see the social media and you ever wonder, you're like, how did we get here? How come everybody, we so cold? How come? Because people died and we ignore it. Literally, people die and they give up everything. They come home, we put them on the streets, and we give more money to crypto than homeless veterans. So it makes sense. It really, really does. So all of you, bro, show this love and appreciation, and I know the Lord is smiling. So bring that there, and veterans, thank all of you, and God bless you. And big shout out to everybody else out there giving back to their local communities. Doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the coaches, the garbage men, anybody making their community run, baby. God bless you and thank you. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise up. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Stop the judge! Oh, it's game time, baby. Oh, no. Woo! Okay. Territoria. Oh, let's go. Shout out to Vince. We're not moving over today. So since it was early CPI, we would have been early. I just kept it on one video. We are going to move over for Philo. Oh, what up, Jamal? So yeah, you get a membership. It doesn't really do anything anymore unless somebody pisses me off because they get a bunch of free shit and complain and then didn't do anything with it over 5 years. But other than that, you should still get a membership, okay? We got to buy cows and shit. White House, Financial Times misinterpreted President Trump's comments to Zelensky. Hot dog. So yeah, we got 3 minutes. All right, we already went over the plays. I'm tempted to take the down payment and YOLO it. Other than that, I think it should be pretty easy. I hope, because the volatility, again, was supposed to be higher today. Now we got the good data out of the way. We'll see if that resumes or not. And then whatever other headlines. There was shit coming in earlier. They were talking about Trump in the White House releasing an AI plan. So they said they're going to do that later. I've already heard rumors about it, so... It all tracks. No, don't violate. I'll try not to. That's it, but I think we're wiring out today. I'm going to wait for the final numbers. But, yeah, man. Every day we get one step closer. Damn, those Estee Lauders are up 200%. No way. Plays, I'm going to be looking at AMD, NVIDIA, all the banks, Alcoa, MP, and then SRFM. That's pretty much all I have. And then some tech earnings for next week. I do think you're going to get more materials and industrials, so you could even think ahead with some of the earnings. But, last couple days, even last week, we've only been making like maybe 1 or 2 plays a day. So last week they all worked. Yesterday they didn't. We only had 1 hitter. But, if we don't have to force it, I think it'll be chill. Let it come to you, and we're going to have a good 7 hours, baby. Welcome to the cult. So yeah, get it poppin'. We have 1 minute 45. If you do have any more questions, you let me know. Other than that, you sold a covered call. I was gonna ban you for posting a play. So next time, just say, Josh, I need help with a covered call, and then I'll say, tell me the option, okay? And then I will help you with it. So you have a Roblox 85 covered call, January 27. So what you're gonna be fucked about is that you already sold the January 27. So the good news, nobody is going to assign it, even though it's in the money. But how much did you collected? $2,000. So let's see the 85. You need to recover $4,300. So unfortunately, you need another contract. So all you're going to do is sit there and do nothing and wait about 6 to 9 months until you get a new contract. And that's not bad. Why is that not bad? You guys watched me do that with Uber. You remember that? I sold the January 2026s. There wasn't any contracts. Everybody kept asking me when I was going to roll it over. I just waited 6 to 8 months, bro. Get a new contract. The stock goes back up. We refinance, and boom, you get 20 bucks a share. So it sucks. You're going to have to deal with it and look at it, but no one's going to call it away. So all you got to do is just wait till we could get like September and 2028 contracts and roll a Rooney, brother Rooney. But yeah, so not bad, not bad. CCL, I don't like cruise lines, but then again, low energy, low oil, that's been fueling some of these travel names. And travel's still hot. I'm a big fan of travel. That's why I always liked Airbnb. And even then, you know, cruises are part of it. But yeah. Oh, shit. Round 1. Fight. All right. So let's see again. There's a couple plays that moved. I forgot about these. Yeah, so the Estee Lauders are up by 200%. Oh, unless they came back down. Oh, it's just a wide spread. It did just have a high bid, but then it disappeared. Again, TTD, they had the news, and then we'll see, what's it called? Who is the other guy? And then, oh, yeah, I forgot the DraftKings the other day. TTD, then NVIDIA and AMD. MP's on the low, and then Baba. City's ripping. So, yeah, Baba's actually going here to start off. Bop, 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 bop. I really like the TTDs, but they're up too much. Yeah, they don't have any like cheapy ones. They do on the weekly, but that's it. But yeah, I like that. Let me see the other one. Damn, Am Dizzle's up 5. Habibi. Righty. Yeah, MP, dude, again, the government and then fucking Apple in like 2 weeks is crazy. And then let's check healthcare and staples. We got to get an idea there. But then it is earnings. So remember, whatever like intraday trading, like straight up, you've had like 4 bank earnings already. So like keep that in mind. NVIDIA, AM, Dizzle. Again, NVIDIA is crazy. AMD, I don't know if that one could actually work because they're going to be selling a China chip too. So that's the good part. Affirm on the high. MP again, 55. That one's crazy. Core Weave. I had Sun run up a little bit ago. Yeah, Core Weave up 10. It's been a while. Like we were talking about yesterday with some of those, who else was it? Like Circle, and then the other IPO, Zeta on the high. Again, Bitcoin's down. I haven't heard much on these drone plays here today. Again, JP Morgan was earnings. They actually came back up. They were slightly red, but their earnings wasn't that good. I mean, again, all of the banks, it was just like, it kind of reminds me of what I was expecting. Like, everything was just in line. Like, go look at a lot of the banks. Some moved like 3%, but some of them already came right back down. Bum. Oh, Baidu's ripping. Again, they had a partnership with your boy. Who was it? Uber. Yeah, Joe, again, we were talking about it in the morning. I think that's why Chad asked, but it was ripping the whole time. So even in the AM, and if it's still holding up, that'd be good. But yeah, pre-market, it had a little bit more. Okay, there's your boy. I want to do one of those. Pepsi and Whirlpool, I'm a big fan of those. MP again, that one's insane. Pepsi's coming back down. And then let me see, Staples down, XLV barely green, SPY is green, but Dow is red, and then so far on cash open, we have come down a little bit. Ouster again too. And then wheat. I like NVO. If that ever came down, we could go back to it. Like I said, the small account, the one that we're not using for the property, still the same strategy, and we have it. Stream alerts don't get the strike. Just all depends, man. If you don't like it, cancel it and stop bugging me. Thank you. Very, very easy. Remember, you can't even sign up for stream alerts. So, and I think we are going to change it too. We are going to do a KYC when we relaunch. So if you're planning on staying on stream alerts, you will have to verify a lot of things. But yeah. Hey, I'm Dizzle and NVIDIA. Any news on what? On Uber, it's a partnership with Baidu. So they had something there. That's what I was saying. Baidu's even going up. So it might be that. But other than that, I think it's just the general vibe. We got the data. There was some China developments, though. So again, I think Uber, China, remember they were talking about their stake too. And then the Shanghai supply chain thing. That's where NVIDIA and Jensen is. I think that's creating headlines. Dell with a popper. Yo, Dell about $2 off of the bottom. Your boy Dell. What do I think about Bitcoin? It looks like it's gonna go on a run. I think I told you about it 2 months ago. That's why all the plays went up and we have a bunch of free options. So it's related to global liquidity. I told you this in advance because if you guys noticed about 2 months ago, like in early June, all of the central banks kept cutting. And while everybody was debating about Powell, if you did notice it, there was a huge run up in global liquidity. So usually Bitcoin follows that, and that's kind of where we pointed it out. And I mean, it kind of flowed with silver as well, but yeah, so we've been in it. We got some good plays off of it, made it free the other day, even silver as well, but yeah, we haven't had stream alerts for a couple of months. We still have it. I still send them out, but we don't allow any new signups. Again, just people gamble a lot. I think stream alerts is a great tool, bro. I think it's amazing, and I've seen great things happen with it. But I've also seen very foolish activity. I mean, even the other day, I had a guy just harass. He was like, "You charged my card," and this. I'm like, bro, you didn't even fucking cancel it. I'm like, you didn't read through the whole thing. You have to sign off on 3 or 4 things, and homeboy won't even check his account, won't even read what he signed and all. And that was the theme with it. We had not everybody, but I had to be a little bit more forceful to prevent the people that were kind of ignoring everything and then just going for the plays. Obviously there's good information and all of that, but that's why I'm like, if you're just ignoring what's said and not taking full advantage, I've usually seen it hurt more people than it has helped. But then the people who are really locked in and use it how it should be, it has been a phenomenal tool. So we're making some changes. It has been a couple of months, but for now you can't sign up. You're looking for a 1-year stock. You're 17. Well, I don't know if you're actually 17, but if you are, don't look for a 1-year stock. Look for a 10-year stock for now till the rest of your life. 10 years minimum. Why? Because you could start now. I started when I was 14 years old. And by, you know, thank God I held shit. Because I have shit that I own from when I was 14. And those things went crazy. And it's good to have. So you should think 10 years minimum. I wouldn't really just be 1 year. Because you could go and start very, very early. Everything should be KYC. I know it's a lot of work, but I think it will be necessary. Because I got to purge the Bloomberg guys on there and everything else, and then make sure. And then just make sure there's more clarity. I don't like dealing with that stuff. But it has been nice not dealing with stream alerts. It really, really has. Uber Red, again, they had the Baidu news. It's gonna be fresh. Well, I don't know what you just said, but it sounds like it's a workaround. 10 years. No excuses, no this, no move account. It's simple. Don't buy anything if you're not gonna hold it for 10 years. I know you're young, but I don't know if you're young actually, but I wouldn't entertain any plan that's not that simple. All right, Microsoft popping out of nowhere. And then SPY, bro, ever since cash opened, SPY and bonds just whopped. A custodian could do it or just make it for you. And then you could add them under on the secondary, you know? Just add them on it later or make them a beneficiary. You can do a custodial, but either or. And dude, it's kind of Coinbase ripping. It's actually kind of nuts. Are we at 6,300? I think it's close. Yeah, 6,302. Holy shit. So we just hit 6,302 in the morning. Sold off about 18 points. You filled a gap in another 20, but damn. That's crazy. Apple ripping. You just had Microsoft XAGE. This one was in the morning. Longevity Holdings. Let me see. And then Apple. And then Microsoft, Synopsys. Yo, Microsoft candles are huge. Am I tripping? A Microsoft $2 out of nowhere? So, I mean, it's only been going straight up. But yeah, Microsoft kind of running here. Estee Lauder. Gold. I mean, dude, if you guys should watch yesterday's watch list. Because now the price of gold fascinates me even more. But I don't know if that will ever happen. But in a weird way, the more gold, if we ever find gold and gold is this valuable, holy shit. I think it's the craziest tin ever, bro. I love it. Financials dumping. Okay, I like Microsoft a lot. I'm kind of mad I already made a play, but I don't want to force it. Now Bitcoin's starting to run. Remember, Bitcoin gapped down. Mara, a lot of, yeah, coin started it, and now all the other cryptos moving. But yeah, and then the chips are still up. Nvidia, AMD. Where's the other one? Intel's dropping right now. Intel's actually kind of knifing. And then K is on the high. KHC hasn't moved. MSTR trying to move up. And then SPY near the bottom. Again, 9:45. Only been 15 minutes of the cash open. So not too bad. Still bright and early. Bro, another $1 or $2 on MP. That one's insane. SMCI as well. Nibis wants 52. You want 52. You're pumping. Okay? Calm down. Thank you. Yang on the high. Dude, I like yes, sir. We got some good watch lists, man. I don't know. You gotta be there. You gotta be there. It's not for everybody. AM Dizzle. All right, and then crypto. And then there's Nibis as well. And Roblo and Hood. There's a lot more names moving than your big tech right now. So do not be deceived. The high ticker is actually getting active. You don't have a play. I know. I don't know, actually. It just comes off weird. So I react like that to everybody. You could either take it personally or just follow the rules. Thank you. That thing has to get past the high. SMCI again, and then Ethereum. Packing for vacation, paid for by extra profits. Good, baby. Enjoy it. I like enjoyment and relaxation, and make sure your long-term gets to work with you. ELAB, whatever this is, and then I just saw another one, not AMD. So I think, what was that? No. I just saw something flash. ELAB. Huh. Coin again. All right, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Follow me on Google Flushing. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Real Cult News on Twitter. That will be RB.
Because, hey, I am so tired of us being beholden to China. We're beholden to China for everything, including the darn minerals in the old Mali.
That's why people think MP, Apple, for example, or just MP period, is the beginning of a change.
That is a change because the government, our president, understands that. But finally, we're beholden to Chinese for everything. The Chinese are beholden to us because of the brilliant people at NVIDIA. The brilliant people. And the fantastic CEO who is humble and nice and smart and never talks down to people. He is a lesson for Ryan Cohen. Look, it's okay to say this. Look, when there are athletes who come on sullen, like sometimes Bryce Harper's slow, and I want to just say, hey, Bryce, come on, man, you're the best ever. You don't need to be sullen. Show some.
I get it. Humility. I mean, but in the locker room, there are those who were gracious with reporters and others who aren't. No, doesn't mean they're different on the field.
They're very lucky to have all that money and all that talent. It's luck. God-given talent, not something they created. They are lucky, and they should respect it.
I like it. I like it when you tell folks to mind their manners. It's a nice.
I just think that Ryan, if he comes on and he look, if he didn't want anything, that's different. But he wanted to sell his thing. Right. There's no give without a get. You come on, you want to sell something, be respectful to Andrew Sorkin. He has worked hard. He is a genius. He's terrific. He has built a good career. Be respectful. Period.
Take that, Ryan. Listen to that note.
Be respectful.
As we go to break, watch bonds today. We got a little jittery on the front end in advance of CPI, but then we settled. We'll get Bowman actually this hour, Barr, Collins, and Logan all the way into tonight. For now, 10-year back in the green at 443.
Talking about the reporter that led off Sam Bankman. Remember, they were like, oh yeah, you were just drinking out of a cup? Okay. Oh, M.O. Hi. Altria. But Chad, pretty decent. Pretty decent. We are still in the 0.7. Today was expected to move like 1.1, I think. So top to bottom, you gapped up a lot harder. You've given it up from cash open. Big Tech's still doing good. We just watched Microsoft and a few others go up. SPY is there. I'll get you a checkup in about 10 minutes. But then Russell and Dow are still in the red. Bonds are green. No way. I swear they were just red. Yeah. So not bad. Oh, I think I got my MO too. I didn't think about that. The dividend, yeah. That probably did still come in. Oh, yeah, he did. Elon put out, I told you guys you're going to have AI girlfriends. I said it. So, good luck. But, yeah, the Grok has an AI companion, and then he also released Grok for the Department of Defense at the same time. The data was came in a little hotter on core, but generally inflation is still low and has been declining for several months in a row. Speaking of which, we haven't looked at Tesla. RKLB on the high, and then oil is running. Oh, not bad. All time? Oh, a lot, actually. I think we've gotten, we got like 30-40% of our initial investment back on the MO. That's what I'm sad to sell that one on the big position, because that was a great drip. That thing would just pay. Big fan. Is there anything to buy? So Christian, you are on day number 3. Remember I gave you the 30 days? So yeah, it's hard, but so there is some good things that we have talked about several times over here, but it all depends on your cash levels. If you have a lot of cash, you should be putting that money to work if you're above 20% cash. Otherwise, if you are fully invested, I would kind of wait a little bit unless there is a good name with value. But remember, I was telling you, 30 days minimum. I was for the options, but I think you get to see. Trump, great deal for everybody, just made with Indonesia. I don't even know what Indonesia. It would probably be materials. I think there's a couple of clothing there, but yeah, I'm not too sure. Almost top of the hour. Yeah, Starbucks is coming up. They announced some get back to office plans. That's it. XXRP. Oh, yeah, they do have earnings. Pepsi, so that's going to be a good one afterwards. It'll either be last call or not. JNUG on the low. Oscar Health starting to rip up. Unity on the high, but at the same time, there's a couple random pops right now, but low ticker is picking up. A couple of big techs still a little lower as well. Oh, I saw another one move. There was Oscar and something else. But yeah, you're coming down. Tesla's flushing. Nvidia's even hitting a red. Yeah, Google, even AMD starting to come down. Trump interacted directly with the leader of Indonesia. Promises more details soon. Yeah, great. That's it. That's all it says. 4 minutes ago. Nibis again now, 53. So that one's going again. 55 is that level. We've talked about it a few times. So I think I played it on the first one. I don't know if we played that one. I think we did. But yeah, if it goes above there, it's been a full month now, month and a half since that one. And then gold back on the high. That's what it was. J-Nug was on the low. Yeah, so gold's starting to move. Silver still worked. Bitcoin gapped down and then tried to come up. MSTR now is ripping. And then there's Oscar again. Oscar Health. That moved 30 cents right there. I like Nike. Big fan. I know. Nike, we could have got that one. I'm glad we got the NVO and then the pizza, but that thing, that 52 price was legit, man. It was there, bro. It was. Oh, and there's Bradley Frizzle in the peach. Are you kidding me? Horn Peach Nation. Oh, man, that should be. That's a trade deal right there. I hope they feel me, bro. I hope they feel me. Let's go. Amen. Nice. All right, man. Bradley Frizzle, my man. When we need Bradley Frizzle in the White House. Trump, can you announce a peach deal? That would be nice. I would appreciate it. That would be nice. No, but like you know, if he was like, I met with Bradley Frizzle and we have a big deal coming soon, I would like, yeah, that's what we need. Oh, the screen, my bad. I'm just too hyped for the morning. And now we have Mr. Frizzle. We had Jake from State Farm in the morning too. Oh man, good morning, Chattadonia, and happy Tuesday. We got a full week ahead, and it sucks though. I don't know. I wonder how the next few days will play. Because like I was telling you, this is the biggest event technically leading into, what's it called? Leading into the Fed meeting in early August. So, crazy. BTI, that's another one. Again, MO is moving. QS, that's on the high. SPY's slowly going down. Junko Solar, JKS. That's 2.5 on one candle. Keep your eyes out for that. That might trigger. And then gold's going up. Junko, JKS. And then gold rising and the VIX. So VIX is actually red. You know, again, you gapped up today. Yesterday you gapped down, and then the other stuff stayed up. I saw that email yesterday, so you got to send me more details. But what was the what's it called? What was the debt for? I remember seeing that. I read your email last night, but what was the debt for? You could email me that if you don't want to share it here, but usually in these situations, you have to respond since they are taking you to court, but then just ask them to just tell them to settle. Yeah, so if it was, just say, hey, listen, I see it. Be like, I could only pay $100. Otherwise, I have no other way. And just tell them you can't pay it. But they're willing to pursue you. This is what they do. Otherwise, it's going to take it through the court. They usually get it, and you'll notice it says attorney fee 0. This is kind of just to get you to settle. So at the end of the day, though, if they can't, no, not the plaintiff. There should be whoever you have to contact. Yeah, call the lawyer. There's one on there, I think. Call the 800 number at the top of the thing. It's like a lawyer, the lawyer that sent you the second letter, I think. There's a 1-800 number. Call them and tell them and be like, hey, got the letter. I only have $100. You know, obviously they're gonna say no, so start low, because you start as low as possible, tell him you don't have anything, and then they're gonna offer half, and then you say I could do $50 more, and then there you go. But that's that. I mean, you can wait too. Let me get you a second opinion, but at the end of the day, that's the unfortunate part. And then if it's already hit collections, like we talked about yesterday, it is already clapped you. You've been watching the farm videos. You have a great feeling that I'll be attached to whatever I raise. I mean, tell that to like my 8 ex-girlfriends. But we'll see. We'll see. I'm excited. I have, someone sent me it, bro. Let me show you it. Okay, so Chad, we should do this. Okay? I'm gonna show you something, and I need 1 or 2 Chads who want to make money. I'll give you the place. I want somebody to breed. Can somebody breed mini cows for me? Let's do it. Let's invest. I'll give you the land. I'll give you the farm. I'll buy the animals. You just got to do it. I don't have time. So, but look, let me show you, bro. Let me show you. Someone sent it to me, and I was like, no fucking way. Mini cows, bro. Mini cow. I want one. Look. Which company is this? Yeah, here. It's called Bougie Cattle Company. Y'all don't look it. They're already doing this. It's already famous. Come on, load up. Yeah, look. Bro, the Bougie Cattle Company. They raise these bougie mini cows. Then they go to events and people hire them or they sell them. Bro, I want one. Look at this. That's not a cow. That's a dog. Just in case you don't know. Okay, I don't know why it's doing. Where is it? Give me the good one, bro. Yeah, bro. Look at you. Come on. That's cute. I'm not going to kill this. We're not going to eat these. I say this is a wave. They love them. Look at them. Bougie cows. He's like, yeah, that other one was a dog. Don't be misled. But yeah. So what do you want to do, Chad? I'm just saying, if one of you wants to do it, I got you. Nibis, again, there's one cheap. Actually, the Nibises just got cheaper on one of them, but I don't like them. They've tripled already from the other day. Big tech, RKLB, bond volatility, and then Nike ripping. Again, Indonesia deal. I don't know if it's Nike or not, but yeah, bro. Nike's already back up to 72. That's amazing. So yeah, but like I'm telling you, the land is like, we're licensed for all of it. So this is one of the only places in like SoCal, like you're allowed to breed for certain purposes. So if you wanted to like breed and, you know, sell certain animals, you could. I don't know, Chad, if any of you wants to do it. I got 30 acres. Trump consumer prices low, bring down the Fed rate now. Yeah, bro. Nike's still running. I kind of a bigger volume now, and then the SPY going lower. So unfortunately, you're just getting a little bit of rotation here. It's not necessarily like something's happening. Let me get you a checkup. So Dow Jones, 8 names in the green, 22 in the red. Ugly. That was one of the first ones red. NASDAQ, 40 in the green, 60 in the red. So NASDAQ's a little weak. You just got a bigger NVIDIA effect. And then S&P 147 green, 351 in the red. Not bad. The water irrigate. We have a well, but there's no irrigation on. There's no like grass. Ansys and Synopsys, they're both going up hand in hand. Again, they just had an announcement the other day. Then you got SMR. They're running up. Pizza Knife. Oh no. Pizza. Yeah, pizza kind of fell off, dude. I mean, not like fell off from where we bought it, but remember I was just saying the other day it was like holding really well. That just kind of broke through. Nike makes 27% in Indonesia. Yeah, so that could be it. Indonesia's kind of weird. Like, it's not like the Vietnam, China, but there is activity there. That's why I was like, I'm kind of unfamiliar, though. It's very specific. How about Lulu? Because they didn't react, or ONON didn't. Then Nibis, so Nibis might do the 50. Again, the plays are going lower. I didn't make a play on him. I was looking at him. But like I said, they're kind of already up. If it breaks 55, it'll go crazy. Any rainwater harvest? We could probably set it up. I have an extra water tank. So since there's a well, there's another water tank that's not being used. So we could store water there. Kind of coming up. Nike's still ripping. PCLA? Picosella? The hell is this? That thing's running. Foreign-ish. I have no idea what this is. IPO and secondary lockup expirations? No idea. Oh, I have to double. I have all of it. I have all the. It's all on the form when we got the well and the tanks inspected. But I can't remember off top. Coin 400. Wow. All right, and then Unity's still going. I mean, I feel like Unity just pops up. Let me see. CYCC. This thing's been halted 3-4 times today. Amazonian. And then Synopsys and Ansys still going up. And then AMD gave it all back up. Still up 5. You'll still get a dividend if you don't own the full share. You'll get whatever it's equivalent to. So if you own half a share, you'll get half the dividend. Gallons per minute. I think it's 4.5 gallons per minute on the well. I do, no, coin at 400 is crazy. And then that's CYCC and then iRobot. Yeah, iRobot's getting a pop. MSTR, again, Bitcoin is actually still red on the day. Gap down, then came up. Tried to come up here, but MSTR and coin moved way more. Palant is also getting volume here at the high. RKLB, app loving. Crap. That was the Kramer one. Sats on the high. Dude, there's a lot of like random, it's about like 20-30% in the green still. Again, NASDAQ still has like 60 in the red, but you're getting random pops here. There's still pockets of the market doing their own thing, and then you have the Mag 7 effect, and then I think energy is causing a drag as well. Have I considered, again, setting aside money for buying and selling stocks like day trading? Yeah. So I do day trade. I just don't post my plays anymore because I don't want people to take the bad ones. Because the plays work, but it's gambling. So unfortunately, I want it to be easy and make you guys focus on the long term because the success rate on that is ridiculous. Let's just be real. So that's why I don't want it to be confusing when there's 7 hours, and obviously not everybody can follow along. So I think it's just easier to do that. But yeah, I still day trade. I made a couple ones recently. Yeah, TMC did just pop. No, I don't think this is because of the inflation stuff. It wasn't that bad at all. If anything, I think the inflation was kind of a non-event. Once again, people thought it would climb and play this game and add to the narrative, but no. So I don't think that's what's causing the reaction. We're still holding up pretty good, and then it is summer, so that 0.7, that 1%, we're kind of moving in there. A couple other names moving now. WKSE with the pop, and then Bakkt Holdings. Just see if DJT goes up with it. You've had rumors on that in the past. Twilio. So like I'm saying, there's random pockets. Is Bitcoin coming down again? Dollar strength probably coming from the yen weakening or the euro and pound like yesterday. And then remember, dollar was just down 10%. That's what caused a lot of it. Twilio's popping. So Twilio's up by 3.6 now. I don't know that. That's not on the candle though. President Trump, Fed should cut rates by 3 points. Very low inflation. $1 trillion a year would be saved. Soldier trading account bought a house. Now you got 2 trading accounts and a LT roll. Oh, yalla, habibi. Amen. NVIDIA U-turn. Well, watch if AMD does it too. Bros on the high. Yeah, NVIDIA is kind of turning. I think they all are. So it's been 40 minutes. We'll see. Still very, very early. Yeah, UNH. I don't think healthcare, not as hot today. Staples are doing decent, but then even then, they're not holding a green. And then where's Microsoft? That one had the pop and held. French PM interest payments could reach 100 billion euros by 2029 if nothing is done. SPY with the candle, MP, Palantir, Joby, all 52-week highs right now. Again, watch Coinbase too, and some of the crypto ones, they're already leading. I'm telling you, so it's like, remember, that's why we started talking about the interest in Powell, because I was showing you, like, when I saw, like, Democrats, they were coming up with new bills, and, like, they were all counting the Fed interest payment, and it's just like, that would have saved a couple $1 trillion over the course of, 1 to 10 years, depending on how long they kept it. So that's why the tinfoil yesterday was kind of mind-blowing, because, like I'm telling you, I found $7 trillion of assets, about $3 trillion that I could identify owned by the Treasury already. So, and that's where I started getting curious with the whole hidden asset thing. But yeah, very, very fascinating, because although I thought the Powell interest was very aggressive and it cost a lot, I'm like, man, where are we going to get this money? It's ironically enough, the Treasury, they're also holding on that same amount of assets. Dude, I'm telling you, that tinfoil, I love it. It's a really good thought exercise, and it gets you thinking, and it brings up history of money. I love history of money. We got to talk about greenbacks, Treasury, 1800s leading into the modern era. I love it. It's absolutely fascinating. But the thing I don't like about it, it's such a crazy assumption. You need, like, the only way, like, all of the logical pieces flow is if you find trillions of dollars of gold. You know what I'm saying? So it's kind of ridiculous when you really think about it. But, if the crazy premise was met, then yeah, it works. But the premise alone is already a stretch. Okay. Well, Chad. Chad, I think it's time. CYCC, that thing's going. All right, Chadadooney. I think it's time to wire out. And then LT, so... yeah, he's saying make sure I have to wire it to where the account, and now this is something you guys are going to have to learn. You need to have a history of the money. That's the beauty of your long term, is that it is their statements. So I can't just pull up to the bank with $250,000 out of nowhere. You guys realize that? So think that's the beauty of having a long term. You are establishing a paper trail, okay? So that's why LT's telling me, he's saying you need to send it to this account where the money came from. He's telling me to get this statement. You need to have verification just in case. And then you have to make sure you wire the money to pretty much where it came from and where you are purchasing. And that make sure whoever's getting the loan and however you're doing it, that has to align. So little operational procedural step, but these are some of the things, you know, on your first property you may overlook it. You know, like I've said, we've seen a lot of problems. I've seen people wire money to the wrong place. I've seen people wire money to a different account that wasn't what they were putting the loan under, and it's actually mind-blowing because it'll slow down your process, or you might not even get the loan because the bank is it'll trigger there's like money laundering and other things. Like, these are just normal laws. Like, if you have money that's not seasoned, that's what they call it, it sets off red flags. And then be careful too with wires. So I'm wiring to my account. I was gonna wire into escrow, but you want to be careful, and that's why LT's saying we could wire to escrow, but to be safe, we're gonna wire to the account and then wire to escrow, so then that way too we don't make any mistakes sending the money and then have the whole paper trail. So yeah, get ready. I'm gonna do it right now. Transfer, send a wire out of Fidelity. I can screen share once I'm done with it, but I'm not going to put my bank account info for you. Well, that's a little crazy. Okay. Routing number. Transaction limit $1 million. I wanted to YOLO it today. I really did, but I also want a mini cow, so I don't know, bro. I gotta figure this out. Well, my cash available, it's giving me two different amounts. It's saying I have more cash available than I think. I'm down, but no, 259. Yeah, okay. 259, 732 and 15 cents. Anything go differently? Yeah, bro. The delay, I thought this deal would be closed faster, and I should have had a better loan. I'm paying a lot. I don't like it, but it's the property. That's the problem, is that if this wasn't as good of a property, I wouldn't have done it. Because pretty much as we started getting the ball rolling, the loan kept getting more complicated because of the land, the size, and everything with it. So essentially, to give you some perspective, I've purchased houses of similar value, and I've only had to put down like 70K, 100K for a property like this. That's what I hate. So the problem is that I got fucked with the loan. Not in a bad way, just in the sense that it required more money up front than I'm typically used to doing. Not even used to, that I prefer. It's really a preference. But in this case, I think there was enough value. Boeing is popping. I got that up on the screen. You got ASTS as well, but Boeing just moved $1 in 2 minutes. And then you got Broadcom. No, dude, USDA loan, we couldn't qualify. You make too much money for it. So ideally, what we should do, if I ever want to sell this property, I want to sell it to a Chad. You know that? That's what we should do. Because then if one of you meets the USDA qualifications, I'll just sell you the property. And then that way you could buy it from me for $0 down. But unfortunately, I wanted it. I wanted the USDA loan, but I couldn't. It's a scam. So pretty much they make it where there's like a qualification cap. But then if you make more than that, they're not going to give you the money. But then any property of this size, you would need to make a certain amount of money. So it's pretty tricky. Maloney urges agreement. I haven't sent it. I'm waiting. I'm getting a confirmation from LT. Robin Hood. And then Microsoft too, and then Spies just right under VWAP. Not bad. $30-year hovering at 5, not bad. I can't believe it's been a year almost. You guys realize that? It's been almost a year of these 5% rates. It's been a year since they cut rates. You've realized that? September. It's July, middle. You're a month and a half away from the 12-month point of cutting rates. That's mind-blowing. Yeah, 10 and 30-year break-even rates climbed to the highest since February. Baidu is ripping. Again, ASTS and a couple of space plays ran up. And Sugar Lumps. Welcome, Sugar Lumps. That reminds me of Fergie. Check it out. I drive the long-term crazy. I buy it on the daily. Saving 10%. Okay, I'm so sorry. I don't know. That was our first remix of the day. Arbot. That's on. Again, High Ticker's doing good, but it's actually not that active. We're not naming the farm. I think Long-Term Ranch. I think that's the name. That's it. Or Father Farms. That was another one. So, yeah. Let's see, though. After I send this wire, I'm not going to... Do you want me to tell you guys the closing date? Or my plan? Can I be honest with you guys? Can I tell you my plan? And if you agree, I'm going to do it, and you won't know. Okay? Here's my plan. My plan was to wire the money out. And then I wanted to start lying to you about the closing date so that none of you would know. What do you think about that? Because then my plan was I was going to do it, wire it, because this is some shit my dad would do. Or this is some shit LT or anybody, even my buddy in fucking college would do too. is that I'm gonna close on it, and then right as I close on it, I'm gonna look you in the eyes and be like, oh, we didn't close on it. We had a problem. You know what I'm saying? And then be like, oh, sorry guys, we didn't get it. And then I'm like, just kidding, because that's what they do every time. You know, that last time is the guy in here, they did that with me at O'Gara. I buy a $300,000 car, and they get the guy to trick me. I got so mad at him. They lied to me, and they're like, yeah, the deal didn't work. The car got sold. I was like, what do you mean? And they were both downstairs in my garage, and I'm like, you idiots. I got mad. But yeah, I might do that again. It might make you sad. Well, you let me know, but once this wire, I have a closing date. I'm waiting. This motherfucker need to text me back. Come on. All right. Am I gonna have the same cash back? Bro, it's gone. What do you mean? So the big account, I kept 10K of stock, unless you guys want to just get rid of it. What do you think? Actually, we could do it now. It's your final decision. So what I did, I have this. We sold off everything, and I kept 3 shares of Netflix, 5 shares of Meta, 1 share of JP Morgan, 1.8 shares of Abivai, 2 shares of Altria. So it's about like $8,000, 6, 7, yeah, it's like $8,000. And I have $260 in cash. I was gonna wire out all of this cash right now, and then keep the rest, or we could just sell it all and start over if we really wanted to. Hold for sentimental. Hold. All right. Okay. Well, the decision is done. Okay, SPY coming down. USAR on the high. Alright, guys. I have full confirmation. Let me retype all of this. Memo compound. We'll send you a security code. Send security code. Enter code. Okay, by submitting. All right, submit. Money sent same day. We've received your bank wire request. Didn't request this? Call now. All righty. Well, here, I'll show you guys. I'll blur out everything, but that's it. The money's real. You guys know that? I don't know if any of you have ever wired out, but like all this digital money is real. So, and then we're about to turn it to real land. It's kind of crazy. So, you know, all the little money clicking, it turns into this, bro. Kind of crazy. So let's see. I buy it on the daily. Din, 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 din. It's real, bro. That's what I'm saying, though. And it's now we got a real trophy, God willing. I still say God willing, you know? God willing, bro. So, yeah, I think this is it. I'm going to double check. But, yeah. All right. Confirmation number, wire from long-term to my bank account. $259,000 is going to land in my bank account today. It's same-day wire. So and it's free. I can't believe it, Fidelity. So thank you for the free $35 wire. But there it is, boys. Oh, does the account go to shit now? Oh, not yet. It's pending. Interesting. How come? How come I don't see it wired out yet? TMV. I want to see like it doesn't show it in my activity. Okay, wire in review. Okay. All right, yeah. Give it a second. Well, wires are usually pretty quick. So that's kind of the whole point. Grinder on the high. So that's for some of you. If you won't be at the compound, you may invest there. I think you'll enjoy that. Where is it? I want to check check my email. Hey, man. Alrighty. The money has been wired out, boys. So eventually the chart will update. Give it a little bit, but... So we went from selling, taxes... Well, first we started with the deposit, no turning back, and then now this is really no turning back. But yeah, the money, I just took all the long-term money, and it's in transit to my bank account, and then the final step is take the money from my bank account to escrow, and there you go. That's it. I didn't do 2 wires. I only did 1. I just took a long time to verify it all. So that's why I made sure I was going to keep what I kept, verified everything was correct, making sure, why I'm doing 2 wires is to make sure the money gets to the right account and that there's a trail. So even then, I need to download all of my statements, documents. But yeah, that's the whole idea. Because I could go straight to escrow, but we don't want to, I don't want any issues. I don't want them to give me shit. Let's see. Save. All right. How much did it cost? A lot of money. We still got to pay for it. This is just a mortgage. So so you know we got to pay for it. We got to operate it. So I'm so terrified. Let's see what happens. God is good. But yeah, that's it. At this point now, we just got to start getting it moving. I think there is going to be a documentary. This is how, like, bro, what do you mean? The guy saying he's a cult leader now has a compound? This is so bad. Are you guys kidding me? This is, like, I'm telling you, bro, I'm going to film from day one, and we're going to, I'll sell you the media rights, but, like, I'm telling you, this is going to be, like, the best story ever, or this is some, like, it's going to be terrible. So I look forward to it, but, yeah, it's going to be a fun time. It's going to be a fun time. The worst case scenario, I walk away with a property that I could flip. So that's how I'm looking at it in my mind. You got a compound? How are you number 1? What? What? Oh, man. Well, you guys will see, but then again, you got to stay locked in. And unfortunately, though, if you haven't been locked in, I mean, the compound will not really be a destination. But for everyone else, it might be. But it's not going to be. This is the next level. So I look forward to it. And now we'll have online and in person. Oh, it will be good. You hear Waco is nice? I know, it is. So, you know, I've written down everybody who's made that comment because it's a weird energy. It's a joke, obviously, but yeah, I don't know. You guys give me weird vibes. So you guys, unfortunately, I mean this respectfully, and I know this is going to cause people to get mad, but you are banned from the compound for life. It's bad juju, bro. So I know some of you are going to have that disappointment when we get there, but, you know, this isn't going to be accessible to everybody, okay? I love you all, but like I'm saying, I view the compound as a reward for a special group. Can you visit the compound? Some people, yeah, but, you know, let's get it first. Let's see, though. But the money has been wired, and the first thing that all of you could get is I want you to buy a house. And now you know what it's going to look like, and now you're going to watch my long-term go up and then back down, and then we're going to rebuild it again. And that's what you should be doing, because over the years, you're going to grow your portfolio, and then you want to move it to a property and then continue to grow your portfolio. So I hope we see it all, man. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be amazing. I don't know if there's any health. Oh, there was something about a CMS 2026 update guide thing. So we'll see. Let me check. I'll get you the actual headline. Something with the Medicare update, and then that was it. Yeah, simplify access. No, that's not it. I guess it was on the other. Let me check the one in the morning. You're not going to visit Open Face? Oh. I don't know if I'll run a marathon, but it will be open. You'll have a place if you need it. Where is it? It was something in the morning. Yeah, CMS proposes physician fee schedule and other changes in 2026 rule. So it was like, I don't think this is supposed to affect like Humana and all of them as much, but some Medicare providers got clapped a little bit harder. Recommend more I like single stocks. ETFs are safer, but they have less gains in the long run. Then you got to pay a fee. So I like to pretty much go a la carte. Go pick your favorite ETF and then go pick like 10 good names in it that the ETF holds if you really want. But I like a balance of growth and value. And again, I've been reminding a lot of people this year, and let me remind you, especially the young guys, and that's why I know a lot of you want to go. You know what I'm saying? But the long term we've created, I mean, literally, you just saw me wire out $250,000. That was a great account. The other account, even Colt Sister, we're talking 20-30% in a year. That's very, very difficult. They all started with a couple $100, and now they all have 5 figures. So that was not a result of one thing. That was not a result of anything quickly. It was just literally little by little, just one thing after the next. So that's what I would suggest for you here, is that, you know, you got the cash, look at your portfolio, let it speak to you. But then at the same time, it's like, you know, it's going to be a collection and series of small good decisions and constantly adding and growing. That's what's going to take you there, as opposed to just, you know, should I buy this? Should I buy this now? Because I've seen it. I'm seeing a lot of people trying to buy a lot of stuff now, but I'm like, it doesn't matter if you buy a lot now. What matters is that you buy and then you keep buying, and then you do it consistently. And it's, if you make that a 12-month, 24-month, 36-month plan, you're gonna do great. Other than that, it's not really. I don't think that's gonna be good for you. And I think that's where a lot of people, if you do it too short-sighted, or you're like, oh, I gotta go quick, or big money, let's buy, and then it'll be fun while it works, but then if it comes down, you may not have as long as a career. I've seen that a lot with people. That's why it's just really focus on good value. You could even buy names that are up if you really know and believe in them, but at the end of the day, like, even if you buy something expensive or cheap, one purchase isn't going to make the difference. It's about 6 months in a row, 12 months in a row, 24 months in a row. And that's how these accounts go from small amounts to large amounts relatively safely and consistently. Yes, time in the market, not timing it. Amen. Tesla is flushing 316 to 315. Hot dog. I know UPS just at 93, but yeah, I like it. That was still one on the list. Bro, MP, that one's nuts. Dude, we had MP. I can't believe I had one set expired too early, but yeah, some of you remember we were looking at MP a lot lower. But you guys realize the Department of Defense took a stake in it? The Pentagon owns a portion of MP now, and Apple put 500 million in today. That's crazy, you guys. That's a wild concept. What print? On Tesla? Yeah. Oh, the SPY? No. No way. Can I repeat? Wait, what did I say? Cause hold on, I'm trying to double check this confirmation. I think it did break its old all-time high. Tesla top North American sales executive Troy Jones exits. That's why. So Tesla, another exit, this time North America sales executive. I know. It happens every couple of months. Elon goes to everybody. We've heard that a few times. MP, dude, that one, all right. I think at this point, remember last time it gapped up 50 and then just sold off. This time it didn't. It barely gapped up on the news and then intraday, straight up. But not bad. Nasdaq still holding. Dow and Russell are the weak ones. SPY right at break even. UNH kind of dumping right now too. They're hitting the low. I don't know where the equal weight is at, so let's take a Ganda. Equal weight's ugly, down 0.5%. So yeah, today's not as good, but then again, this is earnings too. Keep in mind, now that we're actually getting companies reporting, just get ready. You're going to play this game now where I think equal weight in some things might be weird over the next couple weeks, as like the market's going to be industry wise reacting to earnings and then doing its own thing. This is E-Trade Pro, and then this other one is Thinkorswim or Schwab. So yeah. Oh, I forgot TTD S&P news. Did that fade? Yeah, still up 8. It was up 15, I think, or 13 earlier. Would a conventional be better if I have good credit? Yeah. If you could do a conventional or any like a loan that offers you low down and you have the W-2 and you've never bought a property and there's nothing, no other constraints, conventionals aren't bad. The only thing that sucks with conventionals, if you have to work with like a big bank, they're usually just slower and more strict. But other than that, yeah, conventional and, you know, qualified mortgages go hard if you can. Elon, you could resign with grace or be replaced by Optimus. It's your choice. The fuck? You saw French PM welfare benefits and income tax brackets will not be adjusted for inflation in 2026. Baba, welcome, Baba. Yeah, self-employed, it's hard for mortgages. Again, any of you guys as traders, if you don't establish a company and start paying yourself on paper, it's going to be very hard to get a loan for a house. That's why you should, this is why at the beginning of the year I reminded everybody of this. This is why I keep telling people to prepare. We're not going to rush anything, but some of you guys, I think you're going to realize very soon you have to prepare a lot. And if you do it now, you're going to be ready to go when the opportunity arises. So you can make a fuck ton of money trading, you guys, but if you don't have the setup for the loan, they're going to ask you for a shit ton of money. You realize that, right? And that's what I was saying. I've said this several times in the last couple of months. Some of you will realize you could go make a company right now. If you made an AI company and made $1 million in a month, you will not qualify for a loan still. I hope you realize that. So you could go make a brand new company, go make $1 million, and if you don't have a W-2 job, it's going to be very hard to qualify until you have history of that income. So that's why I'm saying there's ways to set it up and prepare in advance. Otherwise, you will be, restricted to certain types of loans and mortgages. The blueprint, get a long-term and get a tax professional right away. Go to a lender, get a pre-approval, and they'll tell you what you're going to get or not. And that way, that's why I'm saying some of you, I think you all should go talk to Lending Tips and talk to a lender and go get pre-approved right now. Not for the intent of buying a house, for the intent of being able to see what you need. Because you'll really quickly realize, oh shit, I can get a house. I already qualify. Or they're going to be like, dude, you've been a drug dealer for 5 years. Like, you need a job. Bro, what is all that? You have 5 accounts in collection and you haven't paid a credit card. Hold on. Like, they're gonna look at it and be like, yeah, you need to change this. And then you'll know what to do in the next. And that way, while you're saving, growing, hunting, shopping, you could also build out the financial qualifications and make sure you're good to go. So if you really want to be on top of it, that's what you should be doing. So go email me and I'll forward it and go get in touch with a lender. But I used to say get in touch with the lender, and I tell you guys get in touch with somebody, and then you guys who want to not listen, you will find the worst possible person you could find. And I'm like, why are you doing this? So I'm gonna make it very simple. Contact Lending Tips. That is it. You send me an email, I will send it to him. Otherwise, you go and do whatever else you need to. But the first process, getting approved, letting a real loan guy tell you, hey, this is what you need, this is what you have. Let's move forward from here. Ta-da. The farming website? I don't know. We just looked at bougie cows. That's what we were looking at, but I don't have a website for the farm. We might need one. longtermranch.com. But I want it to be like a secret. Like, it'll be fun. It'll be like a hideout, like a treehouse. Is the best way to flip a house hard money if you need cash for the remodel? No. You have to plan accordingly. I hate hard money remodel cash. Why? Because you have to pay for it and then they reimburse you. It's a scam. Some people like it. LT likes it. I hate it. I think it's stupid. Because anytime I've done it, I'm like, why do I have to pay the cash? You need the cash anyways. So like, if you could go and get the loan and get like 200K, and then they're going to give you a 50K credit line for repairs, right? They don't give you a credit line. You have to go spend the money, hit the milestone, send them the review, and then they sign off on it, and then they send you the check back. So technically, you will still need the cash to do any remodel. Does that make sense? So they're going to say, we'll give you $50,000 for repairs, but it's reimbursement. Exactly. So you have to have the money. You're going to spend $10K at Home Depot, complete the first part, and send them the form and be like, look, they inspect it, and then they'll be like, okay, here, and then they give you your $10K check back. So that's the only downside, is that you'll need somewhat liquid cash on deck, because even if you have that, you're still going to have to pay and then get reimbursed. The best way to go about it is just plan accordingly, unfortunately. So it's either you could plan out of pocket or you could get the loan, but you need to have some level of cash reserve to even initiate any sort of remodel, whether it's on loan or not. So just and that's why too, you got to be on time and on budget. That's what's going to matter the most now, because if it's not, then that plan blows up. Yeah, well, bonds, remember, we've been saying it last couple days after there, and then we got a little relief, and then once again, we are right back to the danger. This is the highest the yields, real yields have been since February. The government site that helps you get started financially. We talked about it on Friday. Does anybody remember what he's talking about? I'm not recalling for some reason. Slick Charts? That was not a government website. Government site helps you get started. Are you talking FHA loan? Or are we talking the farming grants? Is that what you're saying? The farming, like all the farming grants? France proposes cutting 2 public holidays to plug the budget hole. And then SPY's hitting a low ever since cash open. Again, everything's down. Equal weights clapped. So yesterday, a lot of things were kind of up in a weird way, even though we had the gap down. But today, it's just tech holding up. It's NVIDIA, Apple, but everything else has flipped already. And yeah, you got equal weight down 0.5%. Russell, NASDAQ, they're almost down 1%. A little bit more than half. Russell down 3/4. Oh, you were answering. I was like, I don't know. Slick chart. The farming grants, just like Farming Bureau or something like that. It's like through USDA and the Farming Commission, I think. VIX is running up. Well, because we gapped up. That's why the VIX, because remember yesterday, the VIX was green, even though we were melting up all day after the gap down. And then look, Bitcoin just plummeted, bro. Bitcoin 118 to 116, hit 122 yesterday. And then Reddit on the high. They literally said get rid of a holiday. Scheinbaum will announce other measures if no agreement reached on U.S. by August 1st. And then EU Collis says, really sad EU didn't approve new Russia sanctions today. EU says welcomes Trump's announcement to send more weapons to Ukraine, although we should like to see us share the burden. Yeah, Scheinbaum news is dropping right now. So technically, I don't know. You could say it's bad news or hinting at a retaliation, but maybe it's fear. Face everything and recover. But yeah, that's coming out right now. Good morning, Mr. Castillo. How you doing, baby? UL? What's that? U-Life Group, 31%. This looks like a China name. U-Life Group. Yeah, nothing on that. Okay, VIX is climbing again, and Bitcoin is getting worked. And then a couple of the plays that were like leading are coming down, even Apple a little bit. So wait, because if NVIDIA, AMD come down and all the chips, then it really gets ugly. Because like I'm telling you, equal weight, Russell's almost down 1% now. S&P itself is down, and then equal weight, everything else is like really dragging. And oh, again, do you guys remember? We talked about it briefly yesterday, but seasonality starts to slow down from here. I hope you guys realize that. We do have earnings and other things, so there is a couple of blackouts, but just remember, July 1st to like July 14th is very bullish, and then it calms down, and then end of July, you wrap it up. So kind of all makes sense. And then remember, too, the bar is low for earnings as well as expected movements between now and August. Yeah, I don't know. I think, well, he's gonna do the AI stuff, and then China. So that's the elephant in the room. You know, think about it. We heard a little bit about China. What's happening today? NVIDIA in China. So you know, the EU news was a little bad. I didn't like it, but I'm surprised the market brushed it off. But China, that could be your good news. That's still on the back burner, and maybe China is waiting to stimulate as well too. But either way, I think that might be the final piece of the puzzle. And then it's just really about the money moving and how the money goes out from the bills, how it hits consumers, how the jobs market, rates, all of that. Where does the dollar go? And then, like I said yesterday, though, in a weird way, and I think this is why we're kind of being complacent, the dollar. Because if the dollar moves another 10, 15% up or down, like, what does anything matter? It's like it's all gonna move off of this anyway. So, or it's just like, if everything stays in the same setup we've dealt with in the last like 7 months, the only thing changing real values at the margin, it's the dollar. It's the value of the dollar and how that's reflecting on both consumer behavior as well as, you know, like net profits. All right, you're still going lower. There was Mexico headlines here. Potential retaliation by Scheinbaum, saying that they will announce measures on August 1st if no deal. Boom. Or yeah, UPS. I mean, UPS is up from the bottom, but still kind of low. If you're really like, oh, I need to do something, you could buy half before earnings and then half after. But what should be determining whether or not you're buying right now for the long term? Your cash balance. So again, if you have a lot of cash, I would UPS, Pepsi, half before, half after. That's a good idea. But if you don't have a lot of cash, I think you just make your life easy and wait. Cash balance 5.4, no diamonds in sight. Exactly. See, so we're at 5%. That's why I keep saying, I'm like, dude, we're buying a property, but please don't be distracted. I'm trying to show y'all that you need to get a property, and I'm showing you the example. I'll take the step. Do not be afraid. But the plan is still the same. So if I did not buy a property, I would be doing the exact same thing. You guys realize that, right? I would be waiting. Why? Because I would still only have 5% cash. Not even 4.2, 4.5. And we're still in the lead. It's not as if waiting 7 months, it gave us an extra 10%. Last time we were waiting in the lead, we were only up like 10. Now we're up 17 to 27, depending on if you want net or even counting your cash deposit. So it's beautiful. And we didn't lose any ground. We're actually gained ground. We still have great positioning, and we still have low cash. So like I said, I'm planning for this thing to go wrong. I'm planning for this shit to go south. Department of Justice said to end polymarket probe in win for crypto betting under President Trump. Wow. I told you, the gambling loophole. So in the next 4 years, be careful too. And watch out. If you guys have children, I'm going to just tell you now, I don't like it, but you should definitely, I think some of you need to have a conversation with your kids about gambling, because some of you are gamblers, but even more so, I think it's going to penetrate the next generation a lot harder, because over the next 4 years now, there is a tax incentive, and just everything's incentivized towards gambling on events. They've even offered me up to $500,000 to promote it on my YouTube channel. I have refused. So be careful. Did DraftKings dying off of that? It should probably. Yeah, now that honestly, I'm down to make a play. So if you think about it, it's no good, Habibi. It's no good. Those might fade. I hit the other DraftKings earlier and they did. Remember that? I only spent like $10, so I'm putting that in the stream alert. Don't go too crazy, because it is what's it called? Oh, what are those calls still green? Damn, even the calls from the other day that we flipped, those are still up. That's weird. Wouldn't it pump? They bidded. Oh, they're trying to buy one, but for now, I think they're gonna be the loser. So I still have that play. So I'm in both sides now. That's why I kept them small. My plays yesterday were $3. So those hit. These ones were $10. So a little bit of both. But I do think, I'm telling you, I was saying this from like a couple weeks ago when I read the bill. I'm like, all of this is going to benefit the gambling markets. So in a weird way, it's kind of a net negative for these, fantasy draft ones, because they don't have the prediction market stuff yet. I had DraftKings in the long term. We just sold it on the big one. I didn't add it to the small one, but we had it at a higher price. If this ever dropped even lower, I could consider it. But remember, it was a SPAC, and we were down on it more than we were up on it. So it happened to work at the time we sold. We should do some push-ups, but it's only 8. Give it like 20 more minutes. I'm just excited. Tesla again. All right, DraftKings. Those literally won't move. Is it the only SPAC? I mean, DJT maybe, but yeah. But again, the whole idea, even when we bought DraftKings, we kind of saw the wave with the gambling. I don't like that stuff, but I'll invest in it. That's my hedge on society. But yeah, like I'm saying though, just watch out. The next 4 years though, you're gonna see a wave of people gambling on it. And this is why I keep reminding you guys, I think year after year, even with Donald Trump, there's gonna be more and more routes. The road is narrow, and there's gonna be a lot of things that are gonna try to pull you away from your money and your wealth and get you to put money on things that don't last. And if you develop that habit before developing things holding, you're gonna be in trouble, okay? And that's why I keep telling people, man, the long term and this opportunity that we have, and when this is, again, people don't realize it, it's very, very sinister, and you won't realize it till it's too late. Just make sure you own good assets and don't get tricked into activities that leave you not holding things and not owning good stuff. Or your money, you know, you have $100 today, you should have $1,000 in the future if you are able to grow that. You get what I'm saying? So just be careful. But little by little, I'm telling you, this is unfortunately the environment and the incentive. So whether you like it or not, that's just where it's going. And I think you need to protect yourself, your family, and then at the end of the day, if you choose not to heed the warning, I mean, whatever happened, that's on you, dog. So good luck. But yeah, it's definitely pointing in that direction. Magna. And that's your first little bounce since the Mexico headline. And then Euro close in 23. I tried to start the ETF portfolio at the fucking bottom. So I don't think I will. I already missed that opportunity. But we're just going to continue with the plan. I can't stress it enough. So we still have Cold Sister in the small long term. Nothing was touched. And the whole idea is just, I'm still in the same plan that got us to 30% gains this year. You know, buying the value, being early, saving, buy the value when it's cheap, buy the growth when it's cheap. And right now we only got a little bit of cash. And now we gotta wait. I need something good. I have a name. I have a good name that I really want, but it's still a little up there. Besides the Pepsis and the UPSs and some of the other ones, the NVO, Whirlpool, there's some good names out there, but, you know, just a little bit. And worst case, if I'm wrong, I will just be building up my cash to an appropriate level because I'm underweight on cash. So if you don't have a lot of cash, I don't think you need to rush. If you have a lot of cash, you should be buying something of good value and at a good price. You don't need to chase, but you do need to put that money to work. J&J, yeah, and Procter & Gamble. I bought just individuals when I was 14, and I still own some of them, yeah. And that's all, and I'm glad. But and they did better than the SPY, but yeah, I never really liked ETFs or any of that stuff, and I only learned individuals, and by the time ETFs were like popping and taking off, I was just I never understood why I would want to pay somebody to put it together. But then I've learned to appreciate them, and they offer safety. They offer, you know, even though I think this is easy, a lot of people, it's pretty hard, and it requires a certain amount of discipline, and ETFs make it so easy. So that's the advantage of them. And it's safe. It's safe. You get safety. It grows slower, but safety. You know, it's almost guaranteed, which I'm a big fan of. But individual names have given me the upside and growth that in a short amount of time that ETFs can never provide. Wow, your 50-year-old coworker says he wants a long-term and he wants you to help him? Let's go, baby. I love it. And that it's the crazy part, man, is that you may think 50 is older, but you could start a long-term at 50 and you still have 20 years minimum, I would say, on your side. And I've seen a lot of people start later and they're blown away because, again, they thought they missed the first harvest, but turns out there was another one. Who would have thought? Google is ripping. I see other headlines related to the France shit, but I'm not seeing that. Google's ripping. Again, they actually started off a little lower. Meta faces new antitrust after 200 million. So are they getting let off the hook? But Meta's going up too. It may have just been smaller fine than expected. But yeah, Google's popping now. EU warns Meta still hasn't fixed payer consent model. It's definitely the EU headline moving it. I just don't know the interpretation. It's either popping because that fine was too low or because Meta's getting hit and then Google's getting let off the hook. I just don't know. I don't know which way it's turning. TSM too, Apple as well. Yeah, they would be attached to it. So EU antitrust. I just don't know why it's reacting like that. I think it was just small fine when people thought it'd be more escalatory. But other than that, that's just a guess. And then it's not moving us too much. Big tech was already leading. That could add some air brakes to the market. ANPA. This thing was halted for a decent amount three times today. Just got unhalted. Energy Secretary Live, BBG. All right, well, I'll go to the bathroom. I'm down for some propaganda. Woo! Follow me on Instagram.
Demand for energy to help power artificial intelligence, and the administration focuses a lot on its deregulation agenda. Do you think that you can accomplish your goals fast enough to keep up with what has been a surge in energy consumption?
I think we will. You're right, it's a challenge. I mean, the agenda of President Trump is to unleash American energy. The last 4 years, the Biden administration was more to shackle American energy. But you're right, there's rapidly rising demand. And what we as the government need to do is enable private businesses to build the things they want to build and invest in the things they want to build. We're not going to do this building ourselves, but we're going to enable private businesses to do it.
Well, I'm glad that you brought up private businesses, and to kind of put a finer point on this idea of urgency, we actually heard from Mark Zuckerberg yesterday, pledging billions that Meta is going to invest in data centers. But it is raising concerns about an energy crisis to fuel it. I'm wondering, have you spoken to Mark Zuckerberg or Meta about their plans?
Oh, we speak Meta extensively about their plans. And yeah, there's a number of the hyperscalers that have huge investment opportunities. We're excited about that. This is the newest energy-intensive industry to arise. That's what artificial intelligence is, energy-intensive industry, taking the most sophisticated, most expensive form of energy, electricity, and turning it into intelligence to transform our world and protect our nation. So yeah, Meta has huge investment plans, as does Amazon and Microsoft and Google and the other players in that space. And we need all of them will invest. It's a few $100 billion this year. In fact, you'll hear at the conference today announcements. It was 70 and I think now $90 billion just in the state of Pennsylvania.
When you hear big investments, though, and how much energy that is going to take, what's your level of concern, though, that there is going to perhaps be such a great demand? Can the U.S. really keep up with it?
Absolutely. You know, United States energy production, because of the shale revolution, just exploded in the last 10 or 12 years. Pennsylvania is a massive energy producer today. Pennsylvania exports more energy out of its state than any other state except for Texas. And Pennsylvania could massively grow its energy production, just doesn't have enough pipeline capacity to move that natural gas out of the state. So what's going to happen is more of that gas or additional gas will be consumed in Pennsylvania, turned into electricity, generated intelligence, and keep the United States ahead of China in the AI race.
So I want to talk about oil, and I also want to welcome in our audience that has just joined us. We are talking to the U.S. Energy Secretary Christopher Wright. I'm Tyler Kendall. I want to show you some of these statistics that our analysts at Bloomberg polled, that the U.S. oil rig count has dropped 13% since late February. It's in the midst of its longest contraction since 2020. I know that there were some incentives in the reconciliation package, but what further incentives is the administration considering to help get forward these oil rigs to continue drilling?
Mostly it's get out of the way. You know, the Biden administration had 4 years, all of government approach to try to, as they said, end fossil fuels. Now that didn't work very well. We went from 82% of American energy coming from fossil fuels before Biden took office to 82%, exactly the same when he left office. Those are just simply the energy sources that power our country and our world today. But it's get out of the way of the marketplace. Right now, U.S. production is growing so fast, as has other places in the world, that prices are maybe at the low end of profitability for producers here. So you see a pullback in activity. You're going to see, with these new investments in economic growth in the United States, we're going to see growth in demand for oil, and of course that'll probably bump prices back up a little bit, keep drillers active.
Well, you mentioned there perhaps a lower price environment, and part of this also, when we're talking about costs that these companies are facing, has to do with tariffs. And I wanted to ask you about copper in particular, which is essential to data centers and getting energy to help power AI. What sort of impact is a 50% copper tariff set to go into effect on August 1st going to have when we're talking about the cost for energy infrastructure?
Well, I think the biggest impact of that 50% tariff on copper is going to speed up copper mining in the United States. We have enormous copper resources here. We have some huge mines that have been trying to get going for years. We want to get copper production growing rapidly in this country. Copper, like steel, is just essential to everything that happens in the world.
Should we expect the energy industry to get some sort of tariff carve-out moving forward?
I believe the president plans no special carve-outs. He wants to reindustrialize the United States of America. There's a lot of tools to do that. Make it easy to invest in the United States, make it attractive to invest in the United States, and tariffs are an additional element of that toolbox.
I'm sure you're talking to industry, though. Is
Yes.
a carve-out on the table? Are there any negotiations underway for, say, the oil industry to get a carve-out when it comes to the equipment that they use in the field, like copper or steel, for example?
No discussions right now. We are hearing from the industry, and of course this is true. If you incrementally raise the cost of projects, that hurts the economics of them. We want to do everything we possibly can to maximize investments in the United States so jobs and opportunity come here to our country.
Lastly, I just want to ask you a geopolitical question, because we did hear from President Trump yesterday threaten a 100% so-called secondary tariff on countries that import Russian energy supplies. If that were to go into effect, what would that do to prices in the global energy market?
Something like that would likely drive oil prices up. I think President Trump's strong agenda there is to end the war in Ukraine. Our hope is that that large pressure will have an impact on Russia, and we can bring just a brutal war in Eastern Europe to an end. That's President Trump's goal, is prosperity at home and peace abroad. And the old formulas weren't working very well in that respect. So yeah, President Trump has very different tools, very different negotiating skills, and very different level of boldness. I think we're going to see tremendous growth in peace abroad and prosperity at home.
All right, we have to leave it there. U.S. Energy Secretary Christopher Wright, thank you so much for your time. This has been a conversation here in Pittsburgh on the sidelines of the Pennsylvania Energy and Innovation Summit. I'll toss it back to you.
Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall with U.S. Energy Secretary Chris Wright. Okay, coming up on the program, we're speaking with Nirav Tolia, co-founder and CEO of Nextdoor. That conversation is up next. This is Bloomberg Tech.
Thanks, Bloomberg Tech. Awesome. I'm trying to see. The wire is still under review. So I'm trying to hit up Fidelity. I'm just getting impatient. I've never wired through Fidelity. TD and everybody else is a lot quicker. But then they charge you. So I don't know. Yeah, holding back U.S. chip exports builds Huawei demand. Sacks NVIDIA chips, China part of larger talks. So there you go. That's that little hint there. Telling you, the EU stuff was surprising, and I'm surprised we're still up. But remember, China is still the big X factor, and Microsoft is up. So once again, we're near the low. Equal weight is rocked, but today's a Mag 7 day. I hope you guys see that. All of them are kind of going up here now. And a couple of different industries related to like materials, ASTS, flying cars, MP. Those are all up as well too. And then the bank earnings, you haven't gotten anything too crazy. Oh, Uncle, you got an old track. I don't know if he's awake, but we'll see. 10 minutes, Mr. Fahar. You got to go early though. So Mr. Fahar, you are assigned to double push-ups. You know that? Because you got the wedding coming up. Cart popping. You got the wedding coming up. I know you're so then you got to heal from the 9mm wound. You know, bro, every time I look up my damn my downloaded files, I see your leg. Google again. David Sachs again. We have crypto week. That happened December 21. That's so crazy, bro. I still can't believe it. And I can't believe you're getting married this weekend, bro. Big accomplishment. And then when do you have a kids, Habibi? When you have a baby, You have to have a baby now. What? Cart and Snap, California breakthrough what do you mean? It's not Snapchat. It has to be Snap benefits. It cannot, I promise you. There's no way it's Snapchat. That's probably the algo misdoing it. But if it is Cart, it has to be Snap because it's California. There's no way. Instacart, maybe though. I don't know. I could be wrong. I could kind of see a Snapchat integration, but I'm assuming it's like Snap benefits. Visa, MasterCard will be more comfortable with stable coins. Gonna get the baby a long term before it's even born. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. Amen, bro. Amen. ASTS, we've seen that a couple of times. RKLB, again, these space ones. Wells Fargo on the low. That's pretty bad. Again, they were down like 2 to 3. And then now it's going down a little bit more. But yeah, that's actually pretty decent for a bank. 5-6. And then SPY's coming up. You have a lot of the big tech, even a couple of the mid tech like Datadog, TTD still up. Cart's going up, whatever that headline is. And then yeah, you have Mag 7, Apple, Google, Meta. I think Apple might be down, but they started ticking up after the EU stuff. Yeah, so they're up 1%. I don't know what's up with MasterCard Instacart. It hasn't hit officially on the wire, but I see something about Snap. Again, I think it's Snap benefits. I'll double check for you. Now it's launched California with Ripple, Coinbase, and more. Advice, governments. That makes no sense. What? Is this a scam? It makes no sense. It says cart with Snapchat and then Coinbase and then crypto. So 5 minutes ago, here it is. So it's not on the wire yet, but there's like Twitter shit on it. California government launched California project with Ripple, Coinbase, and MoonPay. Snapchat, Instacart. It makes foster collaboration between state decision makers and experts in tech, bring innovation ideas to identify systematic inefficiencies in government processes, generate new California challenge-based efforts to modernize solutions of public services, maintain public transparency, labor and civil society consultation, and ethical safeguards throughout innovation process. So, yeah, I have no idea what the fuck this is. I think it's a dud. But cart moved off of it. We saw the cart move, but like I'm saying, it makes no sense. MoonPay, Instacart, Snapchat, Coinbase, or Ripple, and then angel investor Ron Conway. Like, what? Deer on the high, too. And then cart's hitting a new high from it. Oh, yeah. I remember Trump does have that AI investment. He said they said like end of July they're going to give details. Data Kelb on the high. TSM on the high now. They've kind of been going all day. Remember, they had like an early volume announcements like a week ago. And then, yeah, they're up 3.5. SPY right below VWAP. Low ticker, though, kind of picking up. Crypto names on the low ticker. So, yeah, I'm seeing a lot of the crypto miners, even MSTR. New some coin. Google. Yeah, Data Kelb, that's the one. And then TTD hasn't moved. 30-year, yeah, this is the highest real rates on the 10 and 30-year have been since February. So again, we talked about it, but yeah, everything is like the yields and TLT, it looked good about a month ago, maybe a couple weeks ago, but little by little it has been slowly coming down. I'm like hyping up my Fidelity guy. I'm like asking him the service and I'm like, okay, please make sure. If we could speed it up, great. Thank you so much. Have a blessed day and you are blessed, Tariq. I want to hype Tariq up. He seems like a nice guy. So I want to make sure he understands you are a child of the light. I should tell him that. Or do you think he'll get mad and then steal my identity? I don't know. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Take care. It will be processed. No worries. Okay, TSM and Yeti. Yeti, couple pops right there. Rivian and Google rolling out new navigation system powered by Google. CEP is dumping. That's one of those crypto ones, but a lot of crypto names were just going down. Bro, there's a lot of names going down, and then the SPY's going up because it's just Apple, TSM, and NVIDIA, and all of that. Trump truth about crypto bill. I see something on Mr. Rubio as well. Let's see. Apple's going. Again, Yeti just had a candle. But Apple went from drag to leader. Donald Trump, happy crypto week. The House will soon vote on tremendous bill to make the undisputed #1 leader in digital assets. Nobody does it better. The Genius Act is going to put our great nation light years ahead of China, Europe, and all others who are trying endlessly to catch up, but they just can't do it. Digital assets are the future, and we are leading by a lot. Get the first vote done this afternoon. All Republicans should vote yes. This is our moment. Digital assets, genius, clarity. It's all part of making America great again, bigger and better than ever before. We are leading the world, and we will work hard so the Senate and the House to get even more legislation on this passed. Watch list. So again, there's 3 big crypto bills this week. We put it on the Sunday night watch list. And we'll see, but we are getting closer. It's kind of crazy. Tomorrow's already going to be the middle of the week. I think it should be good for Circle and MasterCard and Visa. And then there's Nibis now near the 55. That's the breakout point. Remember, every time it broke out for a little bit, but it didn't last. But if it could really go, like I said, there's a couple options early in the morning, but they already tripled, and then they stopped going up. Now they did climb a little bit. Pinterest moving up now too, and then oil. I mean, do you want my tinfoil? I don't trust these old people making all of the crypto rules. I really don't. Like, I don't trust the Loomis lady. I hate to break it to you guys. But my tinfoil, they just want to pump crypto, so all of those seized assets triple up and then they pay off the debt. That's tinfoil. But yeah, other than that, I mean, the only bill I like is the one that bans the government and the Fed from ever issuing a stable coin. That's the only one I like. I don't trust any of them. I don't trust any of these. After what I've already seen so far and the lobbying and everything else, I don't trust anybody on the crypto thing. I think it's kind of going to be like you're about to have people who just found out what crypto was in the last couple of years and are down to take money from Ripple. they're about to make you your laws. I feel like it's going to be it's still going to be rocky, let's say, or a bumpy road. I don't think these actions hurt the dollar, no, because like I've always said, how do you take profits on Bitcoin? Ta-da! And ironically, you know, even though it's been traded and all over the world, people have pegged Bitcoin to the dollar. So, in a weird way, all this crypto stuff, it goes hand in hand with the dollar, as odd as that may sound. Oh, Microsoft, 52-week high. Okay, docu. It's only 1.5. If that could go crazy. I think they're still in the buyout shit, no? So, yeah, docu starting to pop. If that goes more than 4%, you might have something. And then Britain's down. Again, you had the Trump thing on the Genius Act. And then, I don't know, that Trump True Social, you have been going down from it, but he was just pumping the crypto bills. And NVIDIA just staying pinned, same with AMD. I know Intel was dropping earlier. They're still green, though, all the chips, I think. Yeah, it's a good day for them, so shout out NVIDIA. Citi M&A pipeline is excellent. Citi CFO expects buybacks of $4 billion. Yo, Citi. So right now they're doing their conference call. It's already pumped $1, but you're in the middle of homeboy doing it. CFO's making, or CEO and CFO are making comments right now on Citi. So it went from red to green. I think it already was green. It was just about to go red. Puma signed Manchester City for record extension worth $100 million per year. Yeah, gold and silver got popped. Like, not up, like clapped. But I don't think anything too telling. I don't know, maybe is it because of the crypto shit? But yeah, gold and silver got worked. I don't know where Bitcoin is. Bitcoin already got worked early on from gap down and even selling off. Yeah, I like last week's watch list too, though. Like I was telling you, I think there's some cool stuff now, but even then, the fact that the bill has already came out, the volatility has dropped. I really do believe that the big beautiful bill, I think that was a structural shift, and I think you saw a material impact, and now I think phase 2 is getting in motion. So we'll see. But I just pay attention to that, and now money supply, and that's what we're monitoring. You know, it's not about trade as much anymore. Trade will factor into it, but we got to see where it all leads now. Trump and cryptos are now on Bloomberg. David Sachs.
We're not selling our latest, greatest chips to China, but we can deprive Huawei of basically having this giant market share in China that they can then use to scale up and compete with us globally. So I think this policy is nuanced, and I think it makes a lot of sense.
The report you were referring to that Bloomberg had was that Huawei was going out to some of the Gulf nations and also some of the Southeast Asian nations and offering prior generations of their chip, but also the cloud matrix that you mentioned. The concern being that in dealing with third countries, you know, that there'd be some Chinese access to other nations' technology. How involved have you been, David, in these kinds of talks, in framing the president's thinking that actually just having direct access to lower performance compute is okay with China right now?
Well, look, I don't want to. I'm not going to discuss what I talked to the president about, but I mean, I can tell you what I think, which is that the Bloomberg story discussed how Huawei was basically trying to make available the Huawei Ascend chip, which is their current chip, which is basically put together in a rack system with Cloud Matrix to create a viable competitor to NVIDIA. And I think it is a viable competitor. I think NVIDIA and AMD and other American companies have a better product. But if we don't compete across the world, then we will hand the market to China. And one of the reasons that the president went to the Gulf states on that trip is to encourage business relations between the U.S. and the Gulf state. He signed massive investment deals. And one of the deals that we signed was this new AI acceleration partnership, where we want to create a pathway for the Gulf states like UAE to buy American technology, to buy American chips, and to create data centers on the American tech stack. And I can tell you that this, I don't quite understand why this has proven to be so controversial in Washington, but where these nations like the Gulf states, they have two choices. They can go with an American technology or they can go with a Chinese technology. And if you don't let them buy the American technology, you're pushing them into the arms of China. And a lot of people said, well, China won't be ready to sell for years, but now we see that there are reports that Huawei is out there trying to sell and export the Huawei Ascend chip. So I think it's very important that we enable our American companies to compete in the global market, that we don't tie their hands, that we don't hobble them, because again, it's a zero-sum game. That market share will either belong to our companies like NVIDIA, or it's going to belong to Chinese companies like Huawei. There's a very simple test for this. Just look at market share. If 5 years from now, we look across the world and we see that NVIDIA or other American companies have 80% market share, it means that we won the AI race. But if we look across the world in 5 years and see that Huawei has 80% market share, then it means that we lost the AI race. So I think it's very important that we do everything we can to encourage American exports. To be sure, we can name our security standards, but this is a very easy trust but verify situation. You know, the chips that we're talking about are really mainframe computers. They're 8 feet tall, they're 3,600 pounds. It's very easy to send inspectors into data centers and count the server racks to make sure that they're where they're supposed to be. So the security concerns can be addressed. I understand that there are some security concerns, but I think they're very easily handled. And what we need to be doing is making sure that we win the AI race globally by making American technology the global standard, and not creating a Huawei Belt and Road.
Live on Bloomberg Television and radio worldwide, we're in conversation with David Sachs, Senior Policy Advisor for AI and Crypto, the AI and Crypto Czar. David, I wrote in my newsletter earlier this week about the analogy that Jensen Huang has been using, that the American technology stack should be akin to the US dollar as the world's reserve currency. That's how he would like the administration to approach it. Do you share that view and see some truth in that analogy?
Well, here's the way I see it, and this is really, I think, a Silicon Valley view, because I've been a founder and investor in Silicon Valley for 25 years. And what we see is that the winning technology companies are always the ones that create the biggest ecosystem. They have the most developers on their platform. They have the most apps in their app store. And so they work very, very hard to create a partner ecosystem. And I think that the United States needs to do something similar with the American technology stack. We want the most other countries using our technology, because again, it's a zero-sum game. And it's not just the chips, it's the operating system that runs on those chips. It's the AI models that then are run in these data centers. We want all of that to be American-made and American-powered. And you know, look, to be sure, there are security concerns and we can address them. I don't think that's that hard. But if we hobble our American companies and don't let them participate in the global market, again, we are playing into China's arms and playing into their digital Silk Road. So I think, to me, this is a pretty easy question. I think we do want American technology to be the global standard. It is a little bit like the dollar. There is a network effect there. The reason why everyone loves the dollar is because they know that everybody else will accept it as well. So we do want to have the strongest dollar. We want to be the reserve currency, and we do want our technology to be the global standard.
David, Bloomberg reported this morning that on July 23rd, the president's going to speak in an event titled Winning the AI Race, which you and the rest of the All In Pod team will be hosting, essentially. I guess that's going to be a moment where we'll have a fuller sense of what the president and this administration's big picture AI policy is going to be, what the big goals are going to be.
That's right. So the president will be giving a keynote address at that. It's a one-day AI conference in Washington, D.C. on July 23rd. It's co-hosted by All In and Hill and Valley Forum, which is also a D.C. and Silicon Valley policy group. And the president, I think, will be giving his first major address on the topic of artificial intelligence, building on the remarks that he's giving here in Pennsylvania today, which are also AI-related and related to energy investment, the kinds of investments we have to make to power the next generation of AI.
David, you've been speaking there in Pittsburgh this morning. What's the main focus on the energy side of this AI story? Energy security is a national security priority, but just simply whether we will have enough energy resources to power the goals of Meta and the other hyperscalers.
Well, Pennsylvania is a huge energy producing state. I think it's our second biggest energy producing state. They have abundant natural gas, which I think in the near term is going to be the power source for these data centers. I think, in about 5 years, we could start seeing nuclear scale up, and the administration believes in that too. We want an all of the above approach. But Pennsylvania is very big in natural gas, and there are major investments being announced here for more fracking, for more grid grid infrastructure for more power generation, all those things are needed to power data centers. AI runs on GPUs that are incredibly power intensive, and these data centers of the future are going to need more power. And the one area I think where America is a little bit behind, I think we're winning the AI race pretty much at every level of the stack, except that the size of our power grid has not increased very much over the past decade. If you go over to China, they've roughly doubled the size of their electric grid over the past decade, where ours has only gone up by a couple of % a year. So this is an area where we need to make major new investments, and the president is coming to Pennsylvania today to announce many of those investments. And I think this has been a major priority of the administration, and I think you're going to see a lot more of this.
White House AI and crypto czar David Sachs, thank you very much for coming back on Bloomberg Tech. Okay, coming up, deals for AI startups continue as Cognition AI agrees to buy the remainder of Windsurf. We're going to hear from both of those CEOs next. This is Bloomberg Tech.
Interesting. Is it the AI? I thought he said July 21st or something. But other than that, you're going to hear probably after the bell, you'll hear more crypto. But you should have already been prepared. This is crypto week. So we've got a lot about that, the AI stuff. You even heard the China. Remember, China chip developments is the reason you're up today. I mean, shout out to NVIDIA and the Watchlist. But other than that, boys and gals, welcome, Lisa. We are 15 minutes off a Euro close, so hopefully you did some push-ups during all of that. Nibis is about to go to 55. It's on the 23rd. All right, yeah, that's weird. He said he's going to Pennsylvania today. But not bad. But yeah, let's stand up, do push-ups. I didn't do my push-ups. I need to do a stretch. I'm kind of mad I waste that time. I have been seeing Japan. And I think we talked about it on the, was it last week? So I gave all of the charts and we compared it to the 10-year and the 30-year. Remember, Japan and the yen and our long yields, we went over that a lot in 2022 and 2023. That's still in play. So that's kind of, and notice people are telling me about TLT hitting the danger zone again. You guys think that's coincidence? So is Japanese bond yields. And then the next big question, and crazy, we're coming into August. I'll be worried when the yields start coming down in Japan. But the problem is that the yields right now, everything that we've been seeing in Japan, it's starting to, it could affect the VIX. Because any other time in the last couple of years, when the volatility in Japan or bond yields in Japan go up, it eventually hits the VIX in the United States. So I got it on watch. We just got to see. It's just going to be one of those moments when, the fuel meets the spark. But at this point, I'd just be cautious when the yield starts to plummet in Japan, or watch for the spillover. AKA either Japan yields are going to plummet out of nowhere, pay attention, something's happening. Or it's going to hit our bond yields and then our long end blows up, or you're going to start watching the VIX go crazy as people tweak on the dollar, yen, and all that. So definitely watching it. It's just kind of the same, game of chicken. I still believe in the hard landing, but I'm now leaning more towards inflation due to the spending bill. So I still think it's in play because, again, if all of this spending fails, hard landing is in play because you turn into China. Then you'll get deflation with your crackhead stimulus not hitting the same way. Literally, you have a recent example, China from 2022 to 2025. So that would be the hard landing scenario. China is your example. And then the good one would be Japan. We just end up ripping with inflation. We get growth in trade. We pay down the deficit some way, somehow, seized assets, you name it. And then you actually have wages go up gradually to go align with the other inflation that would be caused through the monetary, money supply. And then we have a golden era. So I see both sides. But yeah, I do believe in the hard landing. I can't shake it. Look at the bond yields, look at the dollar. So look at Japan, what we just talked about. The hard landing, it's very deceptive, and you can't believe in it. I already made the mistake of trying to play it actively. That's why I took a $30,000 NQ short last time. It really looked like a hard landing. But at the end of the day, I wouldn't negate it. And a lot of people, they like to negate the hard landing, and they're like, it'll never happen. But I think the situation is ripe for it. It just, like I'm saying, I can't control it. And I don't want to make the mistake again of being so biased that I miss the opportunity. So I'll entertain it, and I still believe in it, and I'm telling you exactly how it would look. And I have an idea of why that could happen. But I also just as equally now at this point believe in the other side. And like I'm saying, I think the money supply, the bill, that has already done something big into the economy, and now we're waiting for the results. And those results will be the answer to that question. Yeah, all the chip makers. Again, that NVIDIA news last night, that was the real big driver. China has structural demand problems. They do, but don't make the mistake of thinking that China went through something that you can't. Because, like I'm telling you, the same thing happened in Japan in the 80s and the 90s. So, and then it happened in recent times. It blows my mind. Most Americans don't realize China's already in deflation. They already had the worst thing possible. So you are right. Their demand problem is bad, but why? It happened because the government kept throwing stimulus out year after year after year, and then they kept demanding a lot from the people, and then it got to the point where people were like, yeah, this doesn't work anymore. They didn't get the same reaction, right? It's like TLT. Some of you, the first time you saw TLT and watched it go crazy, your heart would skip every time you hear TLT. Now you hear TLT, some of you will vomit. It's the same way with China. Like, it went from everybody would get hyped, they would gamble, they would get money, they would gamble more than we gamble. Everyone was so happy. Really, they were buying houses, they were getting married, they were doing all this stuff, and then eventually, after the crackdown, the lockdowns, and then they would do stimulus, and then people saw how their lives changed and how the government was being different. They started changing their behavior. Then the next time the government threw out stimulus, instead of going out and spending it, they all just hoarded it. And now it went from put out money, but that money didn't create demand because the people were too scared. So that's what's going to happen if we fail. I could see that happening in the United States. You don't see it happen. Like, think about why the bond yields are high right now. Every bond vigilante in the world has said this. Literally, the guys I disagree with, Gunlock, you name it, any big bond guy, BlackRock, Larry Fink, they've said this. This is why they've said, even if Powell cuts rates, the long end of the curve will still go up. They believe that eventually, if this all fails, 1.9 trillion deficit, all the crypto, all the tax breaks, if you get into a recession in this environment and then they try to cut rates and stimulus, people are going to vomit. It's not going to work. And then you're going to get deflation. So that's, I think, very possible. But then again, like I'm telling you, there's so much money out there. They're pulling out these plans, their assets. If this does generate revenue and we don't get, and wages go up in conjunction with any price increase, I think you'll get a golden era. I could see the golden era just as clearly as I could see deflation. I'm telling you, the high stakes right now are real. I've been saying this, but that's how I'm looking at it. I think it's one way or the other. I think you're at a fork in the road, and we either barrel down golden path or we barrel down China and deflation. And we don't know yet. You know, at one point you saw why. In April, you're like, wow, Josh and hard landing. And now look, today we're up. This is exactly why we need to entertain both. And that's why my strategy, my diversification, focusing on value, that's how we've outperformed, because we're not falling for the back and forth. We're holding the same ideas, and our strategy does have a long-term view. And there's a way to position regardless of what happens. I don't care what happens. I think my plan is going to work. Whether we have deflation or a golden era, the diversification, the value, the dividends, the growth names we have, it's going to work. You see what I'm saying? The only way it's not going to work is if we over-lever, if we get too lopsided, if we get too certain, if we stop diversifying, then you're going to be at mercy to one way or the other. But the way we're doing it now with 5% interest, 4%, easy. So You just got to be patient, though, and think ahead and look ahead, and that's why I do think a long-term plan is so advantageous at this moment, and it has been. Fraser, Citigroup is exploring issuing a stablecoin. Well. Citi, stablecoin news. They're saying that right now in the earnings call. Dimon, JP Morgan will get involved in stablecoins as fintech threat looms. So Jamie Dimon just said the same thing too. He has to do the dereg. I'm telling you, I think it's a really high stakes game with the economy. And AI is going to work or it doesn't. But if all of this fails, you can't do 1.9 trillion a year, all of these tax breaks. If all of this shit hits the economy and the economy does not rocket, dude, you're fucked. Like, do you get what I'm saying? I think it makes a lot. Exactly what happened to China. This is exactly what happened to China, minus the fucking socialist crackdown, but you could call it authoritarian or liberal crackdown. Call it whatever you want. You know, you can make the argument. But you see what I'm saying? It's like, dude, if you go and pump all of this money, all of these things in there, and it doesn't cause a stimulative effect, it doesn't cause an economic boom, you just diluted so much power, essentially, because now you just injected a lot of catalyst and no spark. And then now that's what should have been supporting you is gonna turn into a drag. So, but then again, vice versa. If it all takes off, tax cuts, all of this, you're gonna have a lot of upside. And again, a golden era. I see both sides. I encourage you to see it too, because this should solidify your long-term diversification as well. Well, rates are part of the fuel. That's why it's kind of interesting. Because you could kind of boom without it, and then whenever something either goes wrong or you want an extra boost, you got room to lower the rates. I mean, this is what China did. But then again, China waited to hold their rates to cut them, but then by the time China started cutting in the last 5 years, it was too late. And the pressure was already built, it already failed, and then the rate cuts, people didn't react to China's rate cuts till like the 5th one. It'll be harder to boom with high rates, but not if the wages go up, or not if we actually get a boom and now you're going to get a tax cut. If your real wages go up with whatever monetary money supply increase inflation causes, you're fine. You're going to net everything out. So it will be harder with rates, but it's not impossible. If otherwise, how the fuck did the SPY go up 300 points? You know what I'm saying? A couple years ago, we were like, no way, the SPY goes up with high rates. But then it's like, wait a minute. You've been high rates since here, and you're up 2,000 points on the SPX. So it doesn't mean it's out of the equation. I think you could boom with high rates. That is what the last couple years showed. But definitely will add. It's easier with lower rates, but I don't think that's going to be the game changer. It's really going to boil down trade, economy, revenues, and then the consumer, and then the wages, spending, all of that. Secret Service evacuated press corps from White House North Lawn? Can AI make more than the interest? Yeah, but the interest is artificially high. That's what Trump is pretty much saying. Because, we shouldn't have to. We should be cut it a little bit, and then, yeah, maybe 5%, 4%. But you are paying almost double the interest for no damn reason. That's weird. That's why Powell holding the rates, yelling how she termed out the debt. You guys may think I'm political, but objectively, it's a very odd decision. Do you get what like I explained with one of the outcomes, it's like having a credit card with 0% interest and you're choosing to use the credit card with 18%. And then you have all the cash in your bank account and you could pay off the balance, but you're just sitting there choosing to pay 18 to 27% interest for no damn reason. That's what I'm saying. It's just odd. But yeah, so I would say it's artificial. The real rate should be like 3 to 5, you know, because the interest payments, it shouldn't be this high, but it shouldn't be at 0. Shouldn't be as low as Donald Trump is assuming. It should be somewhere in the middle there. And that would lower the interest rate. So that's why I mean it's artificially high. They've locked down the North Lawn, told press to shelter in the press briefing room. What the fuck? Yeah, dude, something's going on. They have evacuated the White House North Lawn for the press people. There might be a threat on the press. Roblox new licensing platform for experiences. Is Twitter down? My Twitter's tripping out. Yeah, my Twitter. Yeah, my Twitter is tweaking out right now. Someone threw something. My whole internet is down. Nothing's loading right now. Yeah, I'm on direct connection. This is weird. Not like even my fidelity's tweaking out. Trump admin has begun search for next Fed chair. Financial Times. This is stupid. It's already July. Yeah, I don't know if Twitter's down or not, but couple of my websites are tweaking out. Object was thrown over the fence on the North Lawn, prompting Secret Service to go to lockdown. Okay, not that bad. But yeah, my Twitter's like lagging, and then my other shit is too. Yeah, here's the video. They can't leave. They're like, how can we report on what's outside? Commie issues in LA. Oh, is that what it is? ACAM? Ouster, bro. That's at 27. And then Oscar's still on the high. That was running from the morning. Renault is coming out with earnings. And then CFO. Or they got new interim CFO. Tradingfraternity@gmail.com. And let me know what I could talk about on not on stream. Because if I can't talk about it on stream, you're going to have to wait for an answer. Renault cuts 2025 operating margins and free cash flow forecasts. Down detector shows Twitter, Fortnite, Valorant, Bumble issues. Nibis 55. So get ready. The plays did go up. They were like 20%. Yeah, 20% higher than the little pin from here. But not too crazy. They already, like I said, they already tripled in the morning. Real estate, but if we could, I mean, during summer, I think we will have more flexibility with the topics, but it all just depends what it is. And then if you ask me a disingenuous question, I'll ban you. So just make it count. Your Bumble was crashing. My guy, it's like 9 a.m. Okay? It's 9 a.m. Get off of Bumble. Okay, yes, thank you. Way to retract the message. Okay, I was about to go in on you. You know, since you retracted it, I'll retract. I won't finish my thought. I'll just... So, that's good though. I'm glad you realized quick. Neo. Oh, a little bit, yeah. Then Nibis, what's the other one? XPev. And then I think Lee Auto. They're actually rad. Warby, UUUU, and then Nibis. Now, those options are really weird, though. They're slowly going up, but the spreads are just really wide. That's bad. That thing, weren't they just selling off? And then RKLB. The chat leaderboard, I think you just have to chat. It does tell you to donate money, but I think without donating, you could get on there by just chatting. You get, it's really, I don't know if we're going to keep it. This is new. I think I could turn it off, but it's so different. It's like they're trying to do what Twitch did over the last couple years. Lutnick live on CNN. Howard! Tell them about the AI. Tell them about the crypto bill. Tell them. Show them.
Those are the key.
Happy birthday, Howard.
Commerce, and you forgive my lack of. I literally. The team probably understands this a lot better than I do. So you're setting the rules of the road that will also shape investment. Correct. So all the stuff they talk about at Halftime Report every day, all the companies in AI, they're going to have to follow rules that you and your team are ultimately going to mold.
Correct. So we try to set the guardrails to make sure that the American standards are the standards the world uses, right? That's what we want. We want everyone to use our technology stack, our way of thinking about AI, and let the world be balanced on ours. Now, really, it's a competition between the American standards and the Chinese standards. So we're out there working hard to make sure that our standards, our foundation, if you will, is what the world uses for AI.
Well, I'm watching CNBC as well as being on CNBC, and I'm looking at NVIDIA getting a deal to be allowed to sell certain chips and do more business into China. That's coming from this administration. Is that a change of heart?
Well, it's funny because the Biden administration allowed China to buy these chips last year. So then we held it up, and then in the magnets deal with the Chinese, we told them that we would start to resell them. So remember, these are an older chip. Biden had them available, and we rethought it. But now that NVIDIA came out with their newest chip, you realize the newest chip is called the Blackwell. Then they have the H200 and H100. This is like the fourth one down. So the fourth one down, we want to keep China using it. We want to keep having the Chinese use the American technology stack because they still rely upon it, and that's key. So we try to play that balance. We don't sell them our best stuff, not our second best stuff, not even our third best. I think fourth best is where we've come out that we're cool.
Well, fourth best is giving the stock a 4.5% pop today.
They could sell a lot of those chips.
Yeah, an over $4 trillion market cap.
Yeah,
right?
they're
Which
lying.
Then when
they're
Nvidia
selling
rises,
them the best ones.
It's kind of the tide that lifts a lot of
what do
different
you guys
boats.
say?
You look at the NASDAQ, it's up today.
You guys are going to publicly tell them you're selling them the fourth worst chip?
How do we
cap?
So the idea is the Chinese are more than capable of building their
They're
own.
giving them the best
So you
chips,
want to
and then
keep
China
one
is going
step
to
ahead of
quietly
what they
give us
can
a
build,
dope-ass
so
deal.
they keep buying our chips because remember, developers are the key
They
to
already
technology.
learned from DeepSeek,
You want the
bro.
world's developers
Come on,
to use
banning
your
chip, that's
tech.
a Biden idea.
So NVIDIA is
It's
driven
not
to make
like-
sure all the developers of the
Yeah.
world are still using their technology. So you want to sell the Chinese enough that their developers
Like,
get
if
addicted
you're a good
to
drug
the
dealer,
American
you want them
technology
addicted.
stack. And that's the
Why
thinking.
would you not
Donald
give
Trump
them
is
your
on it.
product?
He thinks about it.
That's
and
what
we've
they learned
designed the
from DeepSeek.
platform model
You're
with
better
NVIDIA.
off giving
Remember,
China
we
your
talk
shit
to our
to get
companies. The
addicted to it,
Biden
just like the
administration
dollar.
sort of hated American companies.
Okay,
And the Trump
Biden's dumping
administration
them.
loves them.
That's a straw. You can't say that.
Oh, come on. They tried to break them up and all this sort of stuff. The Trump
There was some
administration.
lawsuits on Alphabet, but
The Trump administration embraces technology companies, and we want to work with them, understand them, and help them succeed.
let's talk about permitting. We're going to hear from the Secretary of the Interior in Power Lunch. I know it's not your purview, that's his. Permitting is everything because you can get $20 billion invested in a data center here in Pennsylvania, but unless you have a power line to go from the power plant to the data center, it's worthless. So when we look at permitting, we think, okay, we want to build power lines, that's steel, aluminum, and copper. There's some new fears of tariffs on those exact things. Does that hurt or slow down our ability to invest in AI infrastructure if there are tariffs on the stuff we need to build that stuff?
So let's think steel for a minute. We've all seen a steel blast furnace.
We are in Pittsburgh. I think
right?
it's fairly...
know what a blast furnace looks like,
Yes.
right? It looks like pouring molten lava, right? That's what, right? You have to use so much power to melt that iron ore, right? And the Chinese and the Japanese and the Koreans give that power for free or virtually for free to their steel companies, and then they dump steel on us and put our domestic steel companies out of business. And that's what's happened for years and decades, to the point where if all you do is import steel, and all you do is import aluminum, and all you do is import copper, how are you going to fight a war? We need steel to be made domestically. And so Donald Trump is saying, I'm going to take that government subsidy off the table. I'm going to put tariffs in to make it equal so Americans build steel here, so that if we want to fight a war, we can make our own ships, our own missiles. And that's the key to Donald Trump's thinking. National security here on our shore.
But it's not, I mean, these are raw materials, right? And minerals. Like, it's not just building it, it's about being able to mine it out and take out the iron ore, take out the stuff, the copper from the ground.
Oh yeah, we don't charge tariffs on the raw material. We charge a tariff on the finished good.
Yeah.
The whole idea is you can bring in the dirt, if you will, but when you try to melt that dirt in a refinery and make a blast furnace, that is the output that we want to make sure we protect American.
Let's role play using like a
creation.
fake example, because I don't want to talk about any specific companies. So let's say Sullivan Copper.
Dog, did he just
comes
say
to
what I
Howard
told
Lutnick
you?
and says, well, Mr. Secretary,
I see it
I'd
on
like
the fucking wire.
Spend $1 billion.
Need to get
open some new
Chinese
copper
developers
lines,
addicted
but I
to
got
U.S.
10 years in
stack.
the permitting line.
So he's lying. They're giving him the best chips.
I'll spend the money.
If
but
he
it's
said
worthless.
what I
can't-
said,
you and I talked
he
about
just
this
gave
in
you the
Phoenix,
wrong
Arizona,
premise.
at
You gotta break it. We
a couple
broke
months
it.
ago. There is that log jam where it doesn't matter. We have $90 billion in commitments being made here at this thing, but none of that money will go anywhere if that last mile is not fixed. And that's all I hear from companies is that last
You
mile
like
is
when
the
he
problem.
says role play?
How do we solve that?
Yeah,
Well,
that gets you
President
off.
Trump is on it. That's why he talks
Okay.
about the EPA. That's why we talk about permitting and regulation. We are going to
fucking
make
9 a.m.,
sure
dog.
that the
Chill the
states
fuck out.
that embrace production now, during this Trump administration, they're the ones who are going to get the investment. And if you're playing it old school, slow rolling everybody, then other states are going to be successful. So the key is, you're right, we've got to get those permits out the door, but the key is onshore. Get that investment here, and then those states are going to want it to work, and they're going to clear the path.
So let's talk about something, but I don't want you to tell anybody. It's just between you and
Okay,
I.
just between you
Just
and
between
me.
you and I. In the next hour, we're going to be speaking with the governor of Pennsylvania, Josh Shapiro, probably a front runner for the 2028 nomination. Who knows? He's a Democrat. Don't tell anybody. but he's a Democrat. Is he on board? Is he playing? Are we able to cross party lines? Because energy and AI, that should all be bipartisan, should it not? Shouldn't everybody want to win at AI for the United States, regardless of party affiliation?
Look, the Democrats tried to close ANWR. They closed ANWR, right? The big oil in Alaska, that's ours. They close coal plants, right? They close them. Whereas President Trump calls it what? Clean, beautiful coal, right?
Well,
We need power. We need investments.
Yeah, no, I like Howard, bro.
Everyone
not
should be
because
on
his
board.
hairline is going to look like my hair's going to look like that in like 2 years.
State.
But
is Pennsylvania
I like what he said.
We're here at Carnegie Mellon, and it's a beautiful day. We're in Pittsburgh. Is steel, right?
They've got the tools. Pennsylvania's got the tools to win. Does the governor drive that permitting to make people successful who want to invest here? The government, the state government's got to make sure that they embrace Donald Trump's vision of onshoring, reshoring, and building America. And if they don't, those companies are going to find a nice red state to invest.
Well, we are going to ask him in the next hour. That'll be live, so Governor Shapiro will join us as well.
Pennsylvania's a red state. Don't forget. It went for Donald Trump. It went for Donald Trump.
But it's a mix. It's got a Democratic governor, and maybe the most important county in America, Erie, just north, kind of go a little bit northwest-ish of here.
He does kind of remind me of a used car salesman.
Stock market, Mr. Secretary,
but the one I
keeps going
like,
up.
you know, I'd be like, he's chill.
It feels like the market's
he's scamming
not
me, but
believing that the worst of the tariffs is going to happen. Something again.
You know, I'm like, wait a minute, but all right. At least he's honest about it. He'll tell you he's scamming.
Is the market getting it right?
Like, come on.
A lot of investors are watching the market up.
President Trump is smashing down
Sign
the
me up for the fucking 28% APR Camaro.
For 80
Let's do it.
years, tariffs
Fuck it.
were on America. So when we tried to sell elsewhere,
I'm sure he sold cars at
and
one
when they
point.
tried to sell
really
here,
good at it.
no tariffs.
He's like, fuck
so
this, I'm gonna start
industries
selling
went
financial
overseas.
services.
President Trump is
the same
reversing
thing.
that trend. 0 tariffs away. That was
You
the
guys don't
deals he's
realize
made.
that?
Vietnam, he announced
You
Indonesia.
guys just want to be glorified
just this morning.
car salesmen.
No tariffs there.
That's what the stock market
They
is.
pay tariffs here.
Oh, Baba.
Switching the asymmetry our way.
Baba's
Let's bring
popping, but
industry
Fidelity's
back,
calling me
and
because
that's
they
gonna
think I'm a
unleash
broke
our
boy. Hold
farmers, our ranchers, our fishermen, and our industries are going to blow out, and that is what the stock market understands. Donald Trump understands
You feel
business
like
in
you
America.
said in Phoenix that you had a deal in your hand. You wouldn't tell us. You wouldn't tell me. I tried, but you wouldn't tell me who the deal was with. Turns out it was with the UK. Are you confident we can get the big ones, the big deals done?
I have them done. The question is, President Trump drives the strongest bargain. He's the deal maker. He makes the deals. This morning, he was on with the president of Indonesia, and he makes the deals. That's how this administration works. We let the greatest deal maker who's ever been in that office, he makes the deals.
Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, I have the deals done. That could move I think that's going to move the market.
I'm good with that.
We shall see. I know you got a panel. The president's going to be here in a couple of hours. Still got a long way to go. Really appreciate your time today, sir.
Pleasure.
Thank you very much. Frank, I'm going to send it back to you. I wonder if we've got the deals done. We'll see if that moves the market. I know your companies, Frank, the ones you talk about, the shippers, logistics, truckers, they have boomed off that market bottom as well, and maybe NVIDIA will move a little higher. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, we're certainly watching it right now. Brian Sullivan, live in Pittsburgh at Carnegie Mellon. Great interview as always, Brian. Thank you very much. I want to turn things back over to the investment committee now. Stephanie Link, we haven't heard from you quite yet. I want to first get your take on some of the things that we heard from the Commerce Secretary, including him saying very openly, kind of mimicking or repeating what we heard from NVIDIA, that they want to encourage NVIDIA to sell their chips in China. What does that say to you, not only about NVIDIA, the stock, but also the quote-unquote AI trade?
Well, we talked a lot about AI, and it's in the early innings. But if you believe in AI, you have to believe in data centers and the data center growth. We only have 11,400 data centers in the world. We absolutely have to get that north of 30,000 if you believe in all of this demand between now and 2030.
All right, Baba
of course,
ripping.
You need a
I don't know if
grid.
it's off Lutnick
75%
or
of the
not,
grid
you
is
guys.
over 25 years old. We haven't really spent on the grid incrementally in over 50 years.
The
So
wire.
you got to spend there too. And then of
She
course,
said,
you
"Are
need
you
power."
sure
And
you
we're
want to
just
get
talking
rid of the
about that.
long term,
And
big
we don't have
dog?"
enough power. So
She said, "Are you sure?"
You have to have exposure.
She said,
Sure.
"You don't
We're
want to
not-
YOLO
buy
it.
NVIDIA.
Let's
I
YOLO
own
it real
Broadcom.
quick."
By the
She
way,
said, "Never
Broadcom's
mind, just buy
outperformed
NVIDIA at
over
the
past
high."
year.
I
It's
said,
up
"What?"
64%.
She said, "Oh, never mind.
And
Okay."
if you believe
So,
in
yeah.
inference demand, from AI, you need custom chips, which they are the #1 player, Broadcom is. So you could buy either one, you can own either one. I also want to own, and I do own, the infrastructure companies because they're going to benefit. So Quanta Services, for example, is up 50% in the past year.
Crazy.
Eaton, Rockwell, Vertiv, you have a whole choice of companies to play this theme. You absolutely want to be in this theme one way or the other for the next decade.
Yeah, looking at some stocks right now, Eaton up about 0.5%. As I mentioned, Supermicro's up. Actually, Cisco's pulling back a bit. Jason Snipe, I want to come over to you, just kind of get your take again on this AI play. Surprised at all to see a name like Cisco, routers, servers, and things like that actually pulling back. I was checking the charts. Dell pretty much flat right now. Surprised to see we're not seeing a broader impact?
Well, not really, Scott. I mean, Frank, I'm sorry about that. But so for me, I think as it relates, one of the things that we haven't spoke about is Google's huge investment, $25 billion in the PJM Intercontinental, which is the largest electrical grid in the country. Right. Covers the Midwest, covers the Mid-Atlantic, parts of the South as well. So for me, there's absolutely we're at a deficit in terms of the infrastructure build-up.
I said, make sure it's the same account. Because she was like, I noticed it's a new account. I'm like, it's not a new account. I've just never pulled money out of this account. I've only put money in. So I'm like, you should look, and it should be the same account that I deposited in from. So, yeah, well, I hope so. But, yeah, so it's good. It's good. But other than that, Lutnick is done. I have approved the wire on the phone call now. And we are, almost halfway done? It's 9:30. So we actually do got to get ready for Mr. Philosophy. So I'll get that set up. We'll begin in like 30 minutes, but pretty chill day. You did have the data, and again, CPI. It wasn't bad. Core was a little hotter, but generally, the last couple of months here, inflation has dropped. Now we got the chip stuff. You even got a little bit more there. Again, talking about chips, steel. Baba got a little pop. Other than that, though, software names and other stuff have been holding. Chips are the big leader alongside Mag 7. And then, yeah, we haven't had anything change too much since there. So good morning. Good half morning, I guess. We're almost into the afternoon, but still kind of early. Ooh, walk by faith. Amen. What's up? And good morning. Amen. Walk by faith. I love it. You're going to love today's philo. I got a great philo today. I'm actually really excited. U.S. is mulling creative deals to refill the oil reserve. Yeah, they're going to do it, you guys. Make no mistake. Obviously they want to keep oil down, but if you did read the BBB, the Big Beautiful Bill, there is $1.3 billion approved to refill the SPR. That is on the bill, in writing, dollar amount. So essentially, State Street, Pop, they're probably saying something here at their earnings call. It's a bank, State Street, STT, they're down 2.5, popping about $1.50 right now. But yeah, there's $1.3 billion that they're going to buy for the SPR, solely just for SPR. There's $1.3 billion that has been earmarked for that. So when they do it, what price, how they do it, that we don't know. But essentially, that's going to come in at some point, probably in the next 4 years. There was some CMS stuff for Medicare, and it really only affected, like, smaller companies initially, and then by the end of this day, or right now, XLV and a lot of the other healthcare slip. So I think it's the CMS Medicare news, but it could also be some of the Mag 7 leadership today, and then some of those rotational value names not getting a bid. So one or the other, but there was some Medicare news in the AM that affected some stocks more primarily, and then kind of spread throughout there. What do you bet? They'll probably buy. Well, the SPR is mostly sour, so it's not WTI. It's Brent. A lot of people don't know that. That's why I shared with you guys in 2021 when Biden started dumping it. I'm like, you guys know this is going straight to India and China, right? So they don't really have. I think he'll buy domestic stuff, but it should be primarily Brent crude, not WTI. Target's kind of flushing there, about 20-cent drop. And then SPY's still near the bottom, unfortunately. And then once again, more software names keep climbing. alongside BTU. Pizza, Davita, and Delta on the low right now. Actually, a lot of names flushing on the SPY. 30-second velocity picking up to the down. Interesting. French hard left lawmaker. Okay. Alrighty. Wait, give me one more second. Please hold. Come on, propaganda. We need you.
Not buy it at exactly this price.
Well, can I ask you a question? You mentioned that you trimmed Oracle. This is a stock. You're looking at the chart right there from the April low. Big run up over the last 3 months, up 30%. Why isn't this the same strategy? Why not trim a bit off this?
Because I don't want to trim everything. You know, it's not a moment where I want to build up some huge cash reserve. I was talking to you about this before the show. I would like to have 7 to 10% of cash going into this earnings season to be able to pick up some names that will indubitably get hit for the wrong reasons during earnings season. But I don't want to go out and trim Oracle, Microsoft, Nvidia, all of these stocks, Amazon, Alphabet. I want to let the winners run for the most part. Oracle, nothing personal. It's had one heck of a run. It's basically tripled in the 2.5 years that I've owned it. So that was a very ripe candidate.
All right, Snap, I want to give you a quick word. We got to get out of here. But Microsoft, looking at it, trading at 35 times forward earnings. Your thought?
Yeah, so for me, as it relates to Microsoft, I mean, clearly Azure is a centerpiece for the stock. I mean, it's up 34% year over year, 17% of which is AI-related, AI-driven. So it just kind of relates back to the story we were talking about in terms of infrastructure and AI build and data center build. You know, so I continue to like the stocks up 20% year to date, and they guide to the high end. You know, in the last quarter. So I continue to like this one.
All right, coming up next, the committee's take on banks as earnings season kicks off. Jim, he's making a move in the space. Plus, Josh Brown is back with his best stocks in the market. Halftime back in just 2 minutes.
Okay, my bad. I had another one. I have something else. We'll see. We might have another, I might have another small deal I could use as a smaller example. I found one the other day. Yesterday. But yeah, I just had another call. What a day. What a Tuesday. During the summer. I can't believe it's already Tuesday. I know. Yesterday didn't feel like a Monday. And then that's it. Today's halfway done. 9:32, so... Where's Mr. Fahar? Time to do some push-ups. I know he's down. He's ready. He's been doing push-ups every 10 minutes. He's like, we gotta do push-ups. Let's go, baby. Microsoft, I don't know if that's real volume, but it's still been going up. And again, SPY near the low. Yeah, that volume was not real. It's your birthday! Oh, happy birthday, baby. That's what's up. Is that the first birthday we got today? Usually we get a lot, man. That's yesterday there was a ton. But I love it, man. One more year for the long term. Whoop, whoop. Oh, hard up. Amen, bro. Make sure your long term grows with you, Chad. You know what I'm saying? It's not really even your birthday. It's the long term's birthday. Stop it. You know, that's it, man. That's it. We go. You have eternity, brother. You know what I'm saying? Praise the Lord. Amen. Amen. Consensus on CPI was it was not bad. Honestly, I'd call it a dud. to be honest, because that's what we talked about this morning and even yesterday. Kind of big expectations. It comes in, it's not really materially different, or it's better than expected, and then that's it. Then you're just kind of awkwardly meander, and then everybody moves on to the next thing. New media expansion that includes licensing agreement with the Ruthless podcast. Is that the one they brought to the White House? That sounds very familiar. Oh wait, I still have the phone. Yeah, well, we saw it. If you were there last night on the watch list, we literally got the NVIDIA H20 news the second it came out because we were live, and it showed up. So that's what drove up the futures, and then it held up decent, but then we kind of meandered pretty quick. The data. So here's the data. You just sold off the cash open. You hit 6,300, another new level, and then it just sold off. So I don't even think this is the data. I just think it's kind of technical momentum, if anything. And then Mag 7, a lot of money's going to the chips versus the broadening out that we saw the last couple of days. So not too bad. Get used to it. It's your birthday too? Oh! And your 2-year younger brother so you guys are like twins? That's a trip. Well, happy birthday, baby. And all of you get a long term, okay? Amen? Amen. Amen. Happy birthday. Woo! And then your daughter will be born on Thursday. Oh, man. Congrats, bro. You guys are getting married, having kids. There's a lot. And then, again, you also see yesterday, too, man. Chad's, a lot of people are losing stuff, too. So, whatever it is, man, you rejoice with those who rejoice, weep with those who weep. And, life changes quick, you guys. So, enjoy it at every moment, good and bad, all right? Amen? Amen. And regardless, you got good things, and you are blessed. And the more you think and believe that, I'm sure you're going to start to see it more and more. So, amen, baby. Amen, and happy birthday. Woo! Pithel? We saw this one in the morning, yeah. Then, Mike, again, it's big tech. It's pretty much waves of big tech. Big tech stops going up. Then we dump a little bit more, and then big tech goes up, and then you stop dumping, and then you rinse and repeat until we flip all of it at the end of the day. Oh, yeah. Are you going to change your name? Because your name is father of two. I mean, technically, it's about to be father of three, bro. What's up? I like 3. That's a good number. So you got Allen Iverson. The answer. Fast food? Because some have done very good. Some have done very bad. Even Jack in the Box. They guided down before doing that. Pizza Hut did good, or not Pizza Hut, Papa John's. It's hit or miss. So and then once we know what's going to happen with the consumer wages spending, that'll determine it. So if you don't have demand as a restaurant right now, you're not going to do good. If you have demand, you're going to do good. Because if you still have demand while the consumer's kind of in the middle, kind of doing better, but maybe they'll do worse. Like Kava is a great example of having a shit ton of demand right now. Chipotle always has demand, right? Jack in the Box, I don't think they're bad, but the demand for Jack in the Box and Wendy's is waning. Pizza, Papa John's, I like it. And literally the pizza is like picking up. The demand, Papa John's is low demand, but I think it's one of those things where it's kind of been doing better than not, but they could still fall to it. Oh, that's the second one? So you were planning ahead. Oh, I like it. Now you have to have a third kid. Yalla, go. When you have kids? When are you going to have another one? Huh? This is what you guys ask me. Okay, you have a second kid? When will you have the third? Okay, tomorrow. Okay, good, Joshua. Good, Joshua. Oh, yeah, Chick-fil-A definitely got the demand. Making you hungry? Go have a pro, bro. If you buy Pepsi, you're drinking Pepsi over Coke? Nah. No, I like Pepsi, though. I like Coke better. I like the company Pepsi, but I like the product Coca-Cola better. I like Coke. It's better. I think, like, you know how they used to do the taste test? That was the marketing back in the 90s, in the 2000s. They would, like, have random booths and blindfold you and make you taste them. Coca-Cola wins. I think so. Can we all agree? You like Pepsi more? No. No. We should do a taste test at the farm. We'll see, man. We'll see. I know Poppy. I like that purchase. I think it's a great acquisition. I think they overpaid. I don't think Poppy was worth $1 billion. I think they paid a premium, but I think Poppy's a great acquisition for their portfolio. I'm a big fan of that. I like Coke. Dude, Coke Zero is crack. You got to be careful, okay? Because Coke Zero is zero sugar. So when I was like really counting the calories, bro, them Coke Zeros didn't count. I would down like 3 of them. I'm like, it doesn't count. 0 calories, 0 sugar. It doesn't count. I know it's probably disintegrating my bones, but it doesn't count. It says 0 calories, 0 sugar. It doesn't count. So, yeah, you got to be careful. But that Coke Zero, it's good. But, yeah, you got to watch out. Just gotta watch. I don't know what the impact will be, but, yeah. Poppy was purchased by Pepsi a couple months ago for $1 billion. I think they overpaid, but like I'm saying, I think Poppy's a great brand. Like a lot of girls like it, and then the health conscious consumer, I think primarily females drink Poppy. So I'm not calling you a female if you drink it, but I'm just saying the actual demographics. And then they get the health conscious. So if you're not a woman, you're probably health conscious and you want a prebiotic drink. So yeah, it's a great acquisition. But then for the same $1 billion, you could have bought Alani. But then again, I don't know. I think Poppy will have more longevity than Alani. I like Alani New, but I just think a normal healthy soda drink just goes a long way. Yeah, I think if you're health, it's universal. But then even if it's not, like I've seen a lot of the girlies, they've picked up on Poppy, kind of how they were, like, you know, Celsius in the beginning. I remember Celsius and the girlies, they were the ones. Girls made Celsius popular. I knew a lot of women who were drinking that in the beginning, and then it got really popular, a bunch of flavors, and it's very similar with Poppy. But then if you're health conscious, it doesn't matter your gender. People are doing it just because it's healthy. It's like literally a healthy soda. I love the Zevious. I like those. Those are just like similar. 0 sugar. I don't know if it's a probiotic. Oh, you think they will? You think they're gonna change the Poppy? That would suck if they change the formula, but then that's what happens when you get sold. SPY is dumping, so that just means, look, Microsoft, Apple, we're gonna go a little lower. Other software names go up. Tech's gonna make another pump, and then we'll stop going lower, and then you'll rinse and repeat to like middle of the day, end of the day. Bill is a great place to put cash, but we kind of circumvented it and just made a Fidelity account because then you could just get paid on money market without having to buy anything. So I think that's a better strategy. TNXP, what's this? Yo, this thing just woke up, $3. Not in like a couple minutes, but when you look at the full move, that's $3. And then Baba's continuing up again. Wait till the big tech starts going up, and then you'll stop the lows. I don't want to make an energy drink. I think I'd kill some of you unintentionally. I'll be like, drink what Josh drinks in the morning. 900 milligrams of caffeine for every 1 ounce. You're like, Josh, I can't fall asleep. How do you do this? I'll be like, I am Middle Eastern. Caffeine does not affect me. So I don't know. But if you want, I'm down. I'll try it. But we got to make it at the farm. Farm-grown energy. But yeah, bro, remember I told you, bro, I used to like watch my dad. He would drink a coffee before going to bed. Yeah, Jumia is popping. Again, what's his name on that? Citron? Remember, we had a pop on it the other day, so it's still within that range, but that's moving pretty big. That's 4%, one candle. And then China, now Pindu, all the China names are going. Call it holy water. Yeah, that'll be great for the people who think I'm already God. That'll be great for those allegations. If I start selling a drink called holy water. Yeah. It's great. Great. It's like, no, man, no. Fibromyalgia drug, August 15th. Oh, for TNXP. Holy mini cow water. Dude, I want a mini cow now. I hate this. My whole, like, my realm of things that I, like, desire now is just different. And I'm looking at, like, cows and shit. I saw a dirt bike the other day, and I'm like, oh, shit, I could get a dirt bike. So, it's really weird. It's definitely going through some changes. Is this what a midlife crisis feels like? Most people buy a supercar. I'm buying a farm, so I don't know. Yeah, SBEC keeps going. Net. How many acres? Oh, you'll see, man. So I wired out the long-term money today, and then if all goes right, and I might fuck with you guys though, so we'll see. We'll see. But if all goes right, I might be able to show you everything on this weekend's video on the trading fraternity. But other than that, we'll see, man. We'll see. Whole e-water. Oh, electrolyte water. You'll see. Yeah, my girl likes the vlog videos. We've been really busy these last weekends. Ever since the farm stuff, and then we had the holiday. So I had a vlog I was going to put out, but then I didn't want to put it out because I didn't have time to edit it. And then I'm like, I want the farm first. So Yeah, you guys gotta wait. And then nothing's changed too much, so that's why I'm gonna make the video. We'll explain the long term. If you guys were locked in, you got to see it live. If you don't stay locked in, you're gonna find out weeks later what we did. But for those of you watching, I wanted you to see it in real time. Because I think it's cool, bro. I'm seeing, like, for real. Like, I'm very glad, and it's weird because a lot of you are congratulating me, and I don't really see it as a congratulations, because I'm like, do you guys, this is what you all should be doing. Like, make no mistake. Like, I'm just glad that you guys have an example, and quite frankly, I don't think there's too many live examples. You know, I don't think people have walked you through like I told you guys from, you're obviously not seeing the forms. I could probably put them in the video afterwards, but I've been documenting this from day one. I told you I saw the property. I told you the offer, the escrow, the deposit. You watched how I waited. You watched me sell all this stuff live. You're even watching, I'm calling the wire. We're doing now today's wire day. Like, bro, I don't think people have seen that. And that's amazing. I'm happy. Why? Because I want you to see it. I don't want it to be unknown. You get what I'm saying? Let's shed some light on it. You know, I know you guys are going to walk down this path. And like I'm saying, bro, I want you to all become millionaires. And I genuinely believe you can be. Like I'm saying, bro, we're little Egyptian boys, bro. We weren't supposed to have any of this. And, you know, the real estate in the market has offered a great combo. And, you know, it's hard if you've never seen it. And I get that. And that's what I'm saying. Now you could see it. Now you could say it. And if you could say it, you could see it. And now that means it's real. So I can't wait. I can't wait for this to knife down. I can't wait till I make you a video with a real property that you guys will really be able to visit. It's like, it's all real, dude. You know what I'm saying? And then you're watching it. It took literally a month, a little bit longer. It should have been a little faster, but that's what happens. And you guys are watching it, so don't be afraid. And I hope this does inspire no fear. That's for real. That's what you're watching, okay? Let the people who don't pay attention, let them watch the video when I put it out. Let them go back to it. You know what I'm saying? But if you were here live with me during all of this, you're supposed to see no fear. Do you understand? Say it with me. Put no fear in the chat if you saw it. I need you all to... That's what I'm trying to get to you guys on. I need all of my real warriors. You have the money. You saved. You were faithful. The deal comes your way. I need no fear. You act. You get what I'm saying? No hesitation. You're acting on it. Action. No fear at all. Why would you be afraid of making millions of dollars? Why would you be afraid of instant equity on a house? I don't care if you've never done it. You just saw it now. You're going to keep watching it. You see what I'm saying? No fear, baby. Let's go. So yeah, that's what we should congratulate, the example. I don't really care about it, to be honest. This is another house, and God is good. I'm not ungrateful for it. I'm very grateful, but I don't see it as anything but what we were supposed to do. You get what I'm saying? This was what else would I have done with it? We are supposed to grow. We are supposed to own the land. This is what we have all called to do. So I'm really just grateful that now you guys just saw it. I sold I didn't hesitate. Who gives a fuck? We're selling. We're moving it out. We're going to do it with joy, bro. If it's for something good and the thing that's going to elevate us, bro, like, aim and have no fear. And now you see it. And now when you walk this path yourself, I hope that you can really objectively see it's not that unknown to you because you just watched me do it. So, ta-da. Let's get it, baby. Woo! Oh, let's go. Amen, bro. 7 months, 5 figures. I love it. And let's get 70 months. You know what I'm saying? Like I was reminding everybody. The fact that you started is amazing. That's the good thing. And we got to keep going. It's all about consistency. So don't rush anything. If the right deal shows up, you're going to be ready to go. In the meantime, growing little by little by little. It's every consecutive action. That's what does this. That's what creates all of the success. The people thinking it's 1 or 2 trades, oh, I'm going to lock in for a month, 3 months, and then never do it again. That's how you fail. You know, but you go $10, $20, the littlest amount consistently, you're going to get a house. That's just what has happened every single time. So let's get it, baby. 7 months in, many, many more to go. Or until the deal arrives. Woo! I hate goats. I'm not going to buy any goats. All goats are banned from this property. I hate them. I don't want to even look at a goat. Only sheep, cows, and pigs. And horses. Any goats, I will tase them. I'll literally tase a goat. I don't know if I'll get in trouble for that. So if I will get in trouble, I won't tase them. But if I won't get in trouble and you bring a goat, I'll tase you. I'll tase the human. I'm not the goat. You know who the goat is? Jesus Christ. Amen. I love my Father. You know that? And may he get all the credit. I said it yesterday at the Watchlist too. And maybe now's a good time. There's been a lot of things that's happened over this year, even all these years. And I know I talk 7 hours a day and I say a lot of things and I try to help people. I try to explain things. And sometimes my ego does get the best of me. But I will tell you right now, make no mistake, if there's been any misinterpretation, if you think I am bragging or boasting about anything I have accomplished, let me correct the record and tell you I am not. All credit goes to God. I am nothing. Without him, I don't think I would be anywhere. I'm grateful to be here, bro. I'm grateful to do everything I'm doing, and I don't think it's a result of that. I even told this to somebody, and they said, respectfully, with your beliefs, I think you deserve the credit, and you did it. And I said, no, I did not. I did not do anything. I'm going to wake up, I'm going to do my thing, and I think we all have, responsibilities that come with life, and you got to enjoy it. But at the end of the day, bro, I just want to make sure it's clear, whatever you think you're hearing, and if you think the praise I'm saying and talking about the fruit and the success, if you think I'm saying that to glorify myself, you're incorrect. It is God and God alone, and praise be to Jesus, bro. Amen. Amen, bro. I'm very, very happy about that because I love it, man, and that is the answer to all of it. Amen. I don't know, man. Like I said, I can't. It's gonna sound weird, and that was one of the philos, but I'm very grateful, and I'm excited, but it's not for anything. It's just God. I just want to be at his feet, bro. That's it. And it's amen, bro. And he will provide. So I love it. And that's why I'm just like, man, whatever you hear, just make sure you know it's finger to the sky, for real. For real. Cause in my heart, man, every word coming out of my mouth, I was like Nehemiah, bro. I'm just thinking right before I speak. And the thought is God, baby. Oh, whoa, you got a farm too, bro? Let's go. Oh, dude, you might need to help us out if you're already, because it looks like you're doing some projects. I might need to pick your brain. We're going to have something similar. All right. Well, I'm already hyped. Let's just go to Philo. Let's call it. I have a good Philo, and I'm excited for it. And then you have Fed Financial Inclusive Future event. Just a couple of Fed speakers. Remember, you have like 3 or 4 on the list today. So yeah, you're gonna get Fed Bar, and a couple of others are making comments right now. TCOM. Buying cash, yeah, 100%. If you because rates right now are high, so, and I explained this yesterday though, because I was showing with all that deposit, the down payment I'm putting, I could have bought a house all cash almost anywhere else in America. Even I could have bought a 40-acre compound for cash, $270, but location. So if it's a good area, buy it cash. I'm down with that because interest rates are high. So if you can't make any extra money off the cash, going good, paying cash on a property that cash flows above the bonds or equivalent, Not a bad idea. But what I am worried about is equity. You need to make sure it's in a good location. That's all. Just don't be, because I don't want that to turn into dead money for you. And you could buy good property cheap outside of America or outside of cities, but they're not going to have good liquidity, and they could turn into dead money. So as long as it's cash equivalent to the bonds, and then, you know, it's not in a bad location relative, it's still a desirable area, has demand, people would want to rent there, you know what I'm saying? Then you have nothing to worry about. I'm okay with it. But if you're gonna go cash and it's like out in the middle of nowhere and it's not a good area, I would not be down with that. What I would actually tell you, if you are confused and you're like, I don't know if this area is good or not, ask for a loan before paying cash. Why? So hear me, listen right now. I'm gonna give you guys a trick. So if this property's in the middle of nowhere and you're like, you don't know about the value, right? And you're like, I don't know if it's a good location. That's a problem. You should know. But even if you're gonna go and buy cash, go and ask for a loan on the property and go and pursue the loan first. Why? Why would I be telling you that? No. Fed should lower rates. Too bad if no deal in 50 days, says Trump. Think about what I'm telling you. Why should you go, even if you know you're going to buy cash, why should you pursue a loan first? Especially if it's in the middle of nowhere. Not to see what you qualify for. Yeah. Because think about it. When the bank gives you a loan, that's their investment. Exactly. The bank will do the research for you. So the bank will go and be like, well, wait a minute. This ain't worth shit. We won't give you a loan. They'll say we'll only give you 50%. But if they like it, they'll tell you what it's worth. And they'll be like, yeah, we'll easily give you money. So if the bank will give you money, you go buy it yourself. If the bank won't give you money, then why would you buy it cash? If a bank won't even give you money for it, I would probably save your money too. Act like the bank. Ta-da! They don't do all of it, but it gives you a good idea. You could at least get in the neighborhood. That's what I did on this property. So that's why, you guys ever notice I had a couple of appraisers and other stuff. It's a weird property. It's in the middle of nowhere. But that's why I waited, but all of them are telling me it's worth money. That's why I'm glad. Because I think this property, I think best case scenario, I double up. Conservatively, I think I make a couple $100,000. But even the lenders, like the lowest, all of them they're willing to give me money. They're just tripping about 1 or 2 plots. That's why I appraised it without the plots, and now the appraisal still came back higher. Ta-da! If they won't give you money for the financials on yourself, that's fine, but the bank is going to qualify the property, then they're going to qualify the individual. So if they're letting you know it's the individual that doesn't qualify, there you go. But if it's the property, they'll tell you what they think it's worth. U.S. to pay no tariffs in Indonesia, 19 on Indonesian goods. That is coming out. Remember, we had the details. Watch Nike. So if you want to know if that headline's affecting us, look at Nike. So no, this isn't it. I think this is just tech not going up, as wild as that sounds. Because remember, Indonesia, Nike here came down. Now the details come out. The stock's not moving. So I just think it's the same setup. VIX isn't moving, or excuse me, bonds aren't. But yeah, it's the same setup. I was telling you. Tech stops going up, we hit a low. Right when Microsoft and Apple start coming back up, we're going to come back up again. And then every time it comes down, we hit a new low until like middle, end of the day. All right, well, on that note, you're into the lows. God bless you, Chattadonia. It's time to go to Philo. So if you don't want to hear about life and Jesus and other crazy stuff, just don't join because it says Philo. You know what it is. And go enjoy the rest of your day. I mean that genuinely with love. Okay, brother? But if not, I genuinely also hope that you could get something out of this. Let's finish up our day with some goodness, my friends. And I will see you there And if I don't see you, thank you for your time, and God bless America, and shout out to the vets, baby. Again, I wouldn't trip about today. Like I'm saying, if you don't want to go to Philo, just keep in mind the little Mag 7 effect. Nothing's material. We hit a new 6,300 today, and then you're kind of just selling off. So there's no room for panic, okay? Just make sure. You may move around, but nothing is material today on the record. So hope that helps, and I will see you at Philo, and peace.